All right, what's up, you guys? So, I'm artisanmc, and you have now embarked on the hero's journey. Um, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I will keep my musings kind of brief because I don't want to run over AB. I was trying to get this in a lot earlier, but I had something else I was working on. So up against the clock. This will be fun for me to see how quickly I can do this shit. Get it done. What's good, Malika? If you're in the back, send me a message on a private chat. Tell me the book we're reading so I know it's you. But I'm gonna get into my spiel real quick. And the first thing I want to say is condolences and RIP to one of our fallen heroes, Ben Potter, the comic historian. He passed this past week. He was 40 years old, and I heard about it from listening to Rob on Comics Explained. Now, I was not subbed to Comic Historian's page, but I knew him from being on Comics Explained and from Rob. And watching Rob, break down over his friend and actually being brave enough to put out a video that day over his close friend was moving, to say the least. I know what it means to be a geek and be in the comics and all this other stuff when you brown-skinned, light-skinned, whatever fucking skin that you consider yourself to be, and how that can be a kind of lonely thing until you find people who identify with what you're into and like what you're into. What's good, BMT? So being able to find people like that and become very close with them, it is a really hard thing when you lose them. It is. I still talk about, to this day, my boy Ron. Hallowed be his name in the comic shop forever. And he has been dead for I don't know how many years. I don't even keep track of how many years he's been gone. But he's been gone for a long goddamn time. And he's made such an impact on my life and the life of my friends. I understand when I see Rob on a video, broken up about his friend that he shared all this geek stuff with. I understand what that means. And I feel for him. I didn't have to know Comic Story and, really closely or follow his content that closely to understand the impact that he had on the space and the geek sphere, and just somebody that I do follow really closely being Rob. So not drinking today because I already had 2 beers, but RIP, raise a glass for the Comic Story, and peace in his travels, and bless his family and his wife that will have to carry on in his absence. So now that I got that out of the way, I do appreciate you guys coming through on this odd day. Like I said, tomorrow is Father's Day, and I have some plans for tomorrow, and they would conflict with doing the stream. So I didn't want to leave y'all short. I didn't want to do it really late. So I just figured I'd sneak in here and do it early because I know some people want to talk about what's going on with this acolyte stuff. I had planned to start the stream at 5, but here it is, 6 something. So I am going to bring up a couple of brothers real quick, but I'll tell y'all now, you got to be respectful when I got to shut this down. I have to shut it down on time because I don't like running over people time, and I don't like people, trying to stream the same time I am. It's a small audience in the black sector, so you pull on the audience. That's basically what it is. I don't like doing that shit because I might want to watch your content too. I'm just saying. So that's what it is. So I bring up these 2 brothers. And I got the delay on, so I got the dump button ready in case they are not who they say they are. And we're going to get ping dings all up in the chat. What's good, Malika? What's good, BMT?
What's good, brother? How you doing today?
I'm doing all right, man. Did my brotherly duties today, helped my brother and my nephew move,
Okay.
which was all good. into a new place. He happy.
I just want to say this. Happy Father's Day to you, BMT, and all the other brothers into the chat.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that. Happy Father's Day, BMT, and to the other brothers out there. Studio, I know you got a little one too. So anybody listening on the replay, happy Father's Day.
Oh, just let you know, my book came in the other day, so I'm gonna start reading it tonight. And you're right, it is a thin book. I could probably read that within
A day.
a week or 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you got time, you can read it relatively quickly. It goes fast. Trust says, I haven't started season 4 yet, so I won't stick around. Replay. Y'all gonna piss me off with telling the live chat that you're gonna catch it on a replay. What are you trying to do? Advertise for everybody to catch my shit on a replay? I'm gonna start taking my shit down to make y'all show up for the live show. Fuck that. I'm trying to grow this channel. I'm not trying to kill it. God damn. I can see if you're on the East Coast, if you in Europe, Greenwich Mean Time or something like that, yeah, you might have to. But god damn, you came in and said that shit. I don't know. I'm starting to feel some kind of way about that shit. And we're not talking about season 4 of The Boys because I haven't watched it yet. I haven't watched it. Only thing I was going to talk about was this Acolyte because there's still a bunch of people that want to get their little views and opinions, and I was interested in all the talking I heard about it the last couple of days. I didn't hear a lot of black people, and I didn't hear a lot of females.
Yeah,
I'm serious. I really looked for women reviewers. I really looked for women reviewers to see what they had to say about this because I know the gaggle of mainline reviewers, they're going to be copying the same talking points. They're going to be repeating the same talking points wherever they got them from. So that was interesting and funny because they do get off some good shots, but I wanted to hear people this most directly was reflective of, which was millennials. It's reflective of y'all and Z's. They were making this for y'all. So I'm really interested in seeing what that age group has to say about this shit. And what I found is most of them ain't even watching it. It's like, damn, so we gonna suffer alone, you motherfuckers?
Well, I remember when I was at work yesterday morning, right? Because I had to open up the shop and I was listening to Layman's Journal give his view on it. And I like how, I'm sorry, say it again.
No, I said I haven't even seen that yet.
I mean, if you get a chance, he breaks it down and he gives a great he's just very honest with it. And I think with the first episode, he kind of gives a quip. And it's when you're mothers, and he echoes mothers, 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 mothers. And he's like, oh, this is how we're going to start it off. Okay, we just going to undercut it, everything. And like he's saying, wait a minute. There ain't no nigga Jedis in the past.
No, there are. They light-skinned.
And he's like, but that's when he start breaking it down. He starts saying, okay, we're seeing women and blacks. He said, damn. Talk about diversity and inclusion like a motherfucker. Like you just pouring it on kind of thick like pancake batter. And I was like, oh God. It was just funny. But
watch that.
Like you said, no, the pancake batter, that's my little spin on it. But to the people that thump for the quote unquote diversity, they're loving it. Oh, we have women, and okay, it's good to show homosexuality and all that other stuff. And it's like, okay.
Let me get this super chat. Do like and support the stream, support your damn interests. Shout out to Rainfire Design saying, since my PayPal money cleared and the lobster streaming fun, I hope you like it. Appreciate your Rainfire Design. And for that, I will give you the 3B salute.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Thank you, Rainfire.
You ain't shit, man. You are totally a shit. Do me
No,
a
I'm not.
favor. You know, every other Thursday I send you your buddy, man. You know you got to play that shit again, man.
Oh, that's right. You did. You
Give me,
did hit me early.
give me one.
Hold on. Let me get Malika on the board because Malika's on the board
You
for
ain't shit, man.
supporting the stream. Yeah, he did hit me Thursday. I'm sorry. I always try not to forget that because you hit me early, so I make a note of that.
Oh
Early-
man, I'm glad
early
I'm
on.
not driving or carrying anything heavy. I'll be fucking.
Hey, that's why I didn't get started at 5. I'm just saying. I was busy trying to get that done because I went to a comedy show last night, so I was trying to get that finished up today.
Who'd you see?
It was some local comedians, right, over here in the V, and it was a last minute little small show. So I saw someone named Nina G, who was pretty funny. Ellis Rodriguez, who was really damn funny. So I was cool with that. So Malika says salutations to the Geek Elite. Appreciate you, Malika, and I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you, Malika.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
So
I can tell you, say this Negro did not just do that. That's the fuck I did. This is real life. This is not the Matrix.
but I love it, man, because it's. I love that you're just spoofing on it and you're putting that in there because
look, y'all know this fell into my lap just by not queer. That's funny. Play on words. Clear coincidence, right? Two separate things. This goofy ass show, and then that video on Instagram, and I'm like, these Russian motherfuckers be tripping, bro. It's like, but wait, that Sith mind started working. It's like those things work together, nigga. I saw one chick, I saw two chicks. Yeah, like, you do that shit.
But you know,
do it, artisan, do it.
But it's so appropriate because of what they're chanting.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever you know what I would call that? Diversity yoga. Oh God!
Look, Aquateki said you can't make this shit up. Yeah, shout out to KS, man. No, you cannot make this shit up. So I'll say this, so I can not run over because we literally have 1 hour to get my views out, and then get this show wrapped up for AB to go live. So I'll hit studio. Studio said, donated 5. Appreciate your studio. He said, hilarious. Is it? I mean, from the Black Manosphere, I was looking for a you ain't shit. Once I finished this, that's gonna get a you ain't shit. Had to see that. So appreciate your studio. I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
But I like how when you say many and it shows them all on the floor gyrating. I'm like,
yeah, gyrating and writhing and humping on each other and shit. So I got a couple points on this acolyte shit. Y'all let me throw this out there real quick, and then y'all can feed and frenzy that shit just so I can say that I got my damn thoughts out on this goddamn show. So I got a bunch of them. It's not a lot, but you'll forgive me when I put on my readers because it's dark in here. So I'm gonna put on my old man's, but you know, I cut my hair like Malika, so I might look distinguished.
yeah,
You know, get my Malcolm X on. All right. So there's a couple of points that I wrote down. This whole shit with the thread, right? And I'll jump around in case you want to watch this shit. I don't know why, but whatever. There's enough reviewers, jumping on the cross this week and them saying pretty much that same shit. You know where it came from. That you don't have to watch this. They sacrificing for you. Yeah, whatever. Point being, I will jump around. So if you want to watch it to see how bad it is, you can, and just judge it for yourself, which I always recommend doing. You don't have to take my word for it. Go see it for your fucking self, and you can decide, right? Because there's plenty of white boys out there, but there's very few brothers out there that are, at least in this space, talking about this shit like this. So I'll say this. This whole thing with the thread, other than the force, I put my video out early and I talked about it on Thursday, how now I know who some of my Patreon subscribers are, because I saw that shit echoed out of a bunch of people's mouths right away. Right away. Black Bane even saw that shit. It's like, God damn, dude, he just said your whole shit. And it's like, yeah. So now I know he's one of my Patreons. Appreciate you. But this thread shit is just another version, or this group's version of what they call the Force. Now, I went back and pulled my Fate of the Jedi books, and one of them, I didn't have the one here that I was looking for, but it was talking about Luke and Ben going to this other planet, and they were talking about this version of the Force that they use, which was called the White, right? It's like a lower frequency. It's more primal and shit, in a sense, right? And I couldn't find that one, but I found the other one from a different place that Luke and Ben went, and they were talking to the Theron listeners, right? The listeners were people who use the Force, as we commonly called it, but they called it something else. That's why they were the listeners. They weren't Jedi. They weren't Sith. They were the listeners. They listened to the universe, and what the universe told them back was the fucking Force. But that's what they used. They just used it differently. So in essence, in concept, I can let this shit with these witches pass, right? It's like, okay, yeah, they just call it whatever the fuck you want to, a hat is a hat, a frog is a frog, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's still what it is, right? A duck is a duck. But what they're doing looks so much to me like fucking Doctor Strange. I was like, this is about to get really dumb. And it did get really dumb from really that point on. It was really dumb because the first thing she did with pulling that shit out, I was like, oh, we in the Doctor Strange territory? Oh shit, she just turned into the whole ancient one, huh? Now, the thing that bothers me about this, outside of it looking like Doctor Strange, is the fact that why in the fuck do they keep throwing these black women in front of this shit? Why do black women have to be wrapped up with witches and black magic and shit? I'm like, y'all don't understand what that's doing? That's like a fucking stereotype, right?
It is a stereotype. And first of all, I want to tell you guys I love y'all. I don't get to tell enough of y'all men that I love y'all, and I am very thankful for y'all. I'm sorry I was in the ER I was in hospital for a few months, but I just want you to know I love you guys.
Yeah, you all right?
Well, no, just like I said, war catches up with everybody.
Okay.
But I definitely want you guys to know I do get to watch y'all from afar. You know what I'm saying? And then I lost my friend, comic historian. I actually knew the guy. He actually was one of the people that encouraged me, especially to get into more comics. And he was a vet also. And
okay.
Yeah, and I don't know, but I artisan, thank you just for just saying that. I appreciate that very much. I know his wife would appreciate that also. And it is a stereotype box that we keep going into. But we rather keep doing hood and straight up stuff with that. I appreciate when we go into fiction or stuff like that, or we try to break the mantle. Shout out to Lando. It doesn't hurt to try. You know what I'm saying? You never know what you might touch or reach. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. You trying to use the same old, the LGBT or a minority woman or some Mary Sue shit. If the story don't make sense, it's not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? And They already had a big argument about the colors of the sabers don't matter. That's definitely not true.
The
Even
colors of the sabers matter. There's a reason behind it, but this is the part I have a problem with them doing this shit for, is that they wanted to make a show that you didn't have to know anything about Star Wars to do it. But what that actually means is they know nothing about Star Wars and they're doing it anyway. The fact that you would have to know something about Star Wars would mean that you have to understand that those colors do mean fucking something. They're something specific to each Jedi who makes their own lightsaber, because that's part of being a Jedi Knight. You make your own lightsaber. That color has a meaning. The fact that you want to throw that shit away and it just mean like they fucking glow sticks. No, that's not how that shit works. Okay. There is a difference. And like Studio was saying in here, voodoo, witchcraft, black girl magic. I fucking said black girl magic when she showed up and she was the leader of this coven. You know, that's the kind of shit that make people hate black women, right? Look at you like you some crazy black Maddie Santeria bitch. You know that, right? I don't know why people keep falling for this shit. Like they just did it with Reva, and now they did it again with this bra, mother anesthesia or whatever the fuck. I'm like, bruh, how many more times do y'all have to see this to understand that Kathleen Kennedy don't give a fuck about you black chicks. She don't. All you got to do is watch that. What was it? Not the Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker. What was that black chick doing? She was there, but she wasn't doing shit, was she? Now you get to be the head of a coven, yeah, and you all got killed. Funny how that happens, right?
You know what Kathleen Kennedy is? She's the Margaret Sanger for this show.
Yeah.
And those group of women are the gynocratic Jedi Coven.
Yeah. Well, I will say, let me plow through this shit so I can actually keep that moving. Yeah. But she is definitely she is the handmaiden of letting you burn the shit down, and she's gonna use you, the rainbow community, whatever she has to, women as a human shield to protect her from her bullshit, just to tear down one man's life's work, which is fucking pathetic to me. This is like some of the most pathetic behavior, childish freaking behavior I have ever seen in my life. I mean, there's no other way around it. Like, watching the episode, I didn't think it really, for me personally, I don't think it messed up too much of canon. Outside of the fact of saying this two children were created by some kind of magic and they predate Anakin Skywalker. Well, yeah, that makes, some people will say that doesn't make Anakin special. No, Anakin is still special because the Force created Anakin. So he's still special. Force didn't create these two little chicks. These little chicks was made by these two little women doing something naughty. Okay? So they did something different. How they are able to do it makes no sense in the world. But it don't take away from Anakin being who he is, to me. That's just to me. Some people might agree. Some people might disagree. Anakin is still the chosen one, as far as I'm concerned, because these two little bitches don't live past this 100 years to affect any change. Unless you write it in there, it don't fucking exist. So all I know is this is happening in this little bubble called the HR era, which I don't give a shit about, which couldn't sell comics, couldn't sell books. It ain't selling this show. The her era is dead as hell. Okay? Because that's all it is. It's her era. Now, the other thing that bothered me about this shit the most is understanding what one person, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, was the only person who hit on this like I was talking about it. And it is Dave Filoni's hands is on this shit. And he ain't saving a goddamn thing. And I'm like, okay, but yeah, good point. I made it like a week or two ago, but it's okay. I ran a lot, right? But the point of it is that I understand now what these goofballs meant when they said you don't have to go to George Lucas to understand what Star Wars is. What they meant is Dave Filoni is now taking that place.
Uh.
Like I said from that last season of fucking Bad Batch, I wasn't liking Filoni because he was putting his name ahead of George's. That motherfucker think he's George Lucas now. That he know more than George Lucas, and he is the go-to for these goofballs to decide what's in the Force and what's in Star Wars and what not and what's okay and what's not, because he signed off on all this shit. He signed off on it. He helped write some of it. And like I told you guys from the first 2 episodes, I'm watching this to see how many cooks was in the kitchen because I can pick out their work. And the taste testing I'm seeing from all this fake ass wire foo and blocking blades and stuff, that's Dave Filoni bullshit, because that's the same shit that was in that Obi-Wan show that he consulted on. The same shit. That's him. That's his goofball ass. And you're already seeing his show that he did by itself. So anything goofy you see in this that comes down to lore and all that shit, all you got to do is compare it to Ahsoka. That's all you got to do to see what input Dave Filoni had on into this goddamn show. It's very evident. It's very evident. The part that makes me the most upset is that the two of them, Filoni and Hedlund, have no desire to do anything from George Lucas. They want to destroy George Lucas. One want to be seen as George, and one want to look like George.
Craig, you keep saying that.
Keep looking at her.
I know.
Keep looking at her. Look, this is the part it hurts my heart. It hurts my heart. I don't even know George Lucas personally. I don't. But it hurts my heart to see what they do to this man's, legacy. My God, dude, it hurt my heart. I'm sitting here looking at this like, I'm forgetting his first name, but Rourke in The Fountainhead, right? How they wanted to change his building that he designed and put all these pillars and shit like that on it. And what did he have to do? He went there and blew that bitch up. Blew the whole building up. He blew up Cortland and then walked his ass in court and told him why he did it. Didn't run away from it. Yep, I did it. And what did he say? These people mutilated and disfigured my design. I created it. I made it possible. And I destroyed it. Because that's what I can do. These motherfuckers is doing this right in front of George Lucas' face. He's still living and get to see this shit.
Uh-huh.
Tolkien, Asimov, some of these other people is long dead. They don't even know what's happening to their shit. They family members probably know, but they don't know. Unless you believe in the spiritual plane or whatever. George Lucas can literally look at it. He can turn on his computer today and see all this shit talking about this stuff with underneath the Star Wars name and know goddamn well that ain't nothing he created.
Uh-huh.
Nothing he would approve of. This ain't how he envisioned the Force. And the only thing these goofballs stand up here and say, no, but Dave signed off on it. I'm like, who the fuck is Dave? The man standing next to the man? What the fuck did that mean? He got the blessing all of a sudden? He was knighted to be the creator-in-chief of Star Wars now? And that motherfucker tore his draws with me. Tore his fucking draws. I am not a fan of his ass. Told y'all, I never watched the Clone Wars. Never did. I thought what he and John were doing was good because I know how John makes movies. Because I watch Jon Favreau movies. I like them. What he brought there, I thought was good. Okay, he knows some of this lore. This is good. That's why I called him the lore master. I didn't call him the creator. But you can see from season 1 to season 2 when John brought Luke Skywalker back, because remember, Dave didn't want that shit.
Yep.
Dave didn't want Luke to come back because Dave has no interest in Luke. Dave is only interested in his characters.
Yep.
What you get in season 3? No Luke, all his characters thrown in.
Uh-huh.
And they killed Jon Favreau character. In John's own show, that means John wasn't there for that.
Or that was a spiteful action against.
It was a spiteful act in the writing room between Dave, John, KK jumping in the mix. And now you know, after this show, you know about Dave's wife in the story group, who's a whole fucking Wiccan and an ugly fat bitch. She probably strapping on and doing his ass the power of one. In that story group, in that writing group doing this shit. I was like, they scuttled his show to have this be the only thing that was out for Star Wars, so it didn't have anything to compete against about what was good and what was bad. No, this is a shit show.
Mm-hmm.
This is a shit show by itself, all alone in the spotlight, dancing on stage, slipping on banana peels and dropping poop out the back of their flap. It's a shit show. The only thing that's good about this show is people can make content and laugh their ass off about it.
And it's only what 3 more episodes too?
No. 5. It's an 8-episode show.
Oh, so we got 5 more. Damn.
And now where everybody is pivoting is something I was saying over 2 weeks ago. Where the fuck does money go? Where does money go for all of this that they say they spent on this? Because I told y'all a while ago, at least after the first 2 episodes, the shit looked cheap. But what it's coming out is how they funneled all this money that I suggested. They funneled this money off of these other shows to put into this show.
Yep.
Obi-Wan got less money. Book of Boba Fett got less money. Mandalorian got less money. All these shows, including your mainstay show, got less money so you can do this show. What the fuck is this? Where is the money? Because last summer or so, they had people crawling all over Lucasfilms looking through books and shit like that. KK was barred from Lucasfilm, couldn't get into their email and stuff because they was looking for money.
Mm-hmm.
This show was already done. So what do you think they was looking for? What you catching up to now? That was last year, nigga. Yeah, they was looking for money. And I was on this show laughing about that shit like, yeah, shake them out. Take pockets.
I think that's the thing about it that scares me, and is that about the money grab now to the point of after the hell with the lore, we just gonna do it any other type of way. And I'm like, how do you roll past 20 years of lore? I think, how old is Star Wars now? Over 20 years now? It got over 20 years now of lore. So
no, over 40
years of lore.
Excuse me. Okay, so you can't jump past that, even if you wanted to. You can't jump past that. So I think that's the problem, is you're grabbing people who are not even trying to do. I mean, if you did a 1-day Star Wars study, you literally could at least be caught up. But they're just not even trying anymore. And I think that's what's happening, is that, and we understand, for any of us who are actually in the geek kingdom, you don't even have to touch Jedi's to know about Star Wars, the Star Wars universe. You can go with anything. Like I said, shout out to what they said. The Force is with everything. So the fact that they're just going off of what is supposed to be hot and trending, I don't get that. I literally was reading about tweaks last month. You know, I was reading about the Chewbaccans. Even they know some type of sense of the Force. So you know, that's just the issue about that.
That was the whole interesting part about the Force. That was the most interesting thing about the Force.
Y'all dark fantasy.
Because I always relate to
going to that tree. That tree gonna fall on you. That tree is breaking. I think he got the truck.
I always relate to the Force as like chi, right? It's just energy. It's just life energy altogether, right? So everybody can have it. Everybody can have it. It's in everybody. If you want to go to midichlorians route, midichlorians is in everybody then. Everybody, every species, any planet, anywhere, because this is a force throughout the universe. It's all there. If you have a high enough concentration of them little bitches in your bloodstream, you can probably do some shit. You'll get a little sixth sense of ability, right? Mm-hmm. If you develop it, you can become something. A couple of paths that exist, the 2 major paths that exist, like DC and Marvel, is Sith or Jedi. Mm-hmm. You can get real into this dark shit, or you can get real into this light shit. You can really be selfish with it, or you can really be given with it. That's all it is. The rest of this is wide open. So, yeah, you can have these goofy bitches over there, power of one orgian. Yeah, whatever the fuck, dude. Yeah, do what you want to. I don't know where you got the shit from, but you're probably going to have to explain it since you got that one Zabrak chick there. Like, oh, she ran away from Maul's families. Okay, she the little light skinned one, huh? Okay, the albinos that black ran off. Oh, with a black chick,
Now,
huh? Whoa, that's some symbolism right there, ain't it?
if I'm correct, aren't most Jedi's high level pilots? Like, our majority of the Jedi's high level pilots or Siths?
Most
They're all high-level
Jedi's are good pilots because the Force gives them quicker reflexes because they have a little bit of precognitive ability. A little bit of precognitive ability. So you can sense things before they happen, which gives you a quicker reflex time, like, say, fucking Spider-Man. Okay? You're just going to react a little quicker than most other people because you already feel it coming. You can feel it in the energy, right? So yeah, they end up being good pilots. That's why they got their own goddamn ships. But ain't all of them Anakin or Luke or anything like that. But there's some good pilots in the Jedi's ranks just because of that ability, right? But understand, everybody in the Force ain't no high level anything like that. None of them. They're all kinds of levels. Yeah, you might be a master, but you ain't the strongest one. You seen the prequel movies. You saw all the masters sitting there. Who do you think was the strongest? And who do you think was the second strongest? Master of the Order, Master of the Jedi, Yoda, and Mace. That's it. That was it. They were all powerful Jedis, but they wasn't all on the level. And even Anakin could be stronger than all of them. Wasn't on their level.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. It's training. Everybody don't got it just because they got it.
Anakin had an attitude. He had an attitude, but he knew not to run that mouth with Mace. He knew not to run that mouth with Mace.
Yeah, see, Aquateki is making a point. Andor, Rogue One, Solo, no Jedi in sight, all decent outings in their own right. Yes, one of them even had a woman as the lead. Andor, which I will shit on the acolyte for, talking about, it's the first LGBT. Hell yeah, whatever the fuck. Look, I saw Andor. It's two lesbians in that shit. But they was on code. They was about business.
Exactly.
Mon Mothma's sister, who ran away from the rich folks to go be with her freedom fighter girlfriend, Little Patel. Yeah, they was scissoring, but they was about that work. That little brown skinned chick told that little white bitch, look, if you ain't gonna be down for this mission, you can go, but I'm on this. I'm standing on business. You can go back and go back with the rich folks if you want to, but this is about this rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
Check their ass. That was two lesbians in a 12-episode show. Y'all ain't doing shit original in this acolyte. That's the problem with it. There is nothing original here. And the original thoughts that you think are yours are fucking dumb. They're dumb as shit.
But
the witches, the fucking acolytes. I
when
mean,
when do you ever see a Strag or a Gynocrat do anything original?
no. You have not seen KK do anything original. You want to go down the list? Fucking Force Awakens was what? A copy of A New Hope. Last Jedi was what? A copy of The Empire Strikes Back. Rise of Skywalker, what was that supposed to be? Return of the Jedi? Now you watching this shit. Everything has been a copy of something else in its own canon. That means you motherfuckers ain't original. Only things you've seen original come out of this camp since she took that shit over was Rogue One, but you knew where that story was ending.
Mm-hmm.
Andor, which was good on itself. And I meant to, if I had more time, I would have put these two scenes back to back. The scene from Andor when he's breaking out of the prison and giving the speech about one way out, and then these goofy bitches standing on a mountaintop over a hole talking about the power of many. Like, dude,
But
I saw this somewhere in this shitty ass like Dr. Mordred movie.
But remember,
I've seen this goofy
Rogue
shit before.
One-
I'm waiting for Ash with the chainsaw to show up looking at these goofy chicks.
but remember, Rogue One was written by a male who worked for Lucasfilm and was a fan
A real fan.
before he came, because he said when he was a kid, when they were doing Empire Strikes Back, that was his first time he went to ILM.
Mhm.
And he met he had met one of the head special effects designers, and it just so happened George Lucas was there, and he talked to George Lucas, and
Quicker.
he said to George Lucas, he said, "I want to be like you," and he said, "Yeah." He said, "What do you mean you want to be like?" He said, "I want to make." He said, "I want to make the stuff that you make," and he says, "Okay, you gotta do." He says, "You gotta be hard work, and also you have to be dedicated." He said, "I
Mhm.
don't care. You got." He basically told us you gotta be dedicated to your dreams. You gotta work hard for it. That's how I did it. Then, 20 years later, he has an interview when he goes into ILM and he starts working on he's working on the prequels,
Shorten it up. Shorten it up.
and he meets George Lucas and he says, "Remember you told me when I was a little kid?" And George Lucas looks at him and said, "Where do I know you from? I came here 20 years ago and you told me to believe in my dreams and I told you I would be back."
And work hard. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll be back. But that's the thing with this show. You cannot watch this show and tell me that the showrunner of this show was any type of fan of Star Wars,
Hmm.
even the prequels, because they like to throw this out in the media that these are when they're deflecting from all this bullshit that they did, Headland and KK and them, and Headland and Amandala, they only repeating what KK has said already. So whatever the fuck they saying necessarily, you can discount half of that shit because that's the talking point, right? But they always talk about these ain't the people who are complaining are not real fans. If you read these articles and shit, no, these are the real fans. Because a real fan would not be doing what they are doing in Star Wars right now. You can't tell me a real fan would do this and have so many lapses in shitty writing and just character development and just shit that, Jedis don't do. Just shit Sith don't necessarily do. Just dumb shit overall. You can't tell me a fan wrote this. Because if you wanted to have some fun, go on YouTube, type in Star Wars fan-made movie and watch one of them. That shit is awesome. Fight scenes are good, setting is good, and these people
They
don't
need to
work
hire
for
them
major
dudes.
studios. Yeah,
They need
you
to hire
might as well.
They need to hire them both.
The last one I saw, and this was over a year or two ago. It had what's her name? Anna Akana in it. And she ended up becoming a blind Jedi. The special effects and stuff like that they use watching this blind Jedi put together their lightsaber was sweet. The fight scenes that they had in that shit was sweet. And they was just out there filming that shit in the woods and some stuff. So you mean to tell me they can do that on their weekends? And this bitch got to sit at ILM, Skywalker Ranch, go on location and get $180 million. And this is the level of bullshit you got. Somebody needs to be shaking their pockets. I'm serious.
They even did one, if y'all can find it, it's lost on the internet, with the stormtroopers or the one of Vader's squads storming the Jedis. So you're listening to the stories of the stormtroopers. Like nobody would ever care what the stormtroopers talk about on the way to a mission, but it was so good. Like, yeah, I was one of the 40, and I saw this Jedi. Oh, that Skywalker guy, I hate him. And I'm like, oh my God, I love it. Like they talk so much trash, but you would always wonder, what do they think about Jedi, those stormtroopers, or what do they think about that little green guy that be throwing them around?
But to me, that is a fan, because understand, for me, geeking out on something is anything you really get into, right? You get into knowing all of that shit. A fan of Star Wars could give you a fan-made story about a stormtrooper walking with Anakin into the temple and watching him cut down younglings and other Jedi and shit, and just rationalizing that to yourself, like, man, he was one of these people a minute ago. Why is he can really do this? He might have grew up with these people. That is a story in it of itself. You would watch that for 4 episodes. to see what was going on with that stormtrooper. Like, how did that affect his ass? Right? Because they ain't all just mindless fucking, robots and droids and shit. No, there's people inside of them suits. But that would be an interesting story. That would be a fan taking what already exists and expanding the story, and it wouldn't fuck up canon at all because they would use that to make their story better. Right?
Mhm.
Just like every other Star Wars writer who has written in this universe for the last 40 goddamn years. They didn't destroy the universe at all. They built onto it. And what they built onto it was consistent with what was in that universe already. This shit in 3 episodes pays no attention to Star Wars outside of the fact it's in a universe. And some people got light up glow sticks. And some people wear these garbs. You get people getting killed. You get Jedis who can't sense anybody in the Force. You got lightsabers popping out every 10 minutes because you got to know it's a lightsaber and to know it's Star Wars, right? You got Jedis acting like police when they are not police. They ain't part of the government like that. I don't think they were in her era either, right?
No,
They're
they
not
weren't.
cops. They ain't CPS. Yes, they can sense people in the Force, and they may ask the parents if they want them to go to the academy, but anybody with really strong in the Force does need some goddamn training, because I don't want some kid that can end up being a 30 megaton bomb one day not getting no training.
Mhm.
Fuck you. You better get somebody schooling them or something.
They usually have to ask the parent. They usually have to ask the parent before they even take the child.
Look,
Like, they usually
Xavier from the X-Men operates the same way the Jedi do. What the fuck you think Cerebro is for? Just peeking into other people's brains? No. So he can find these big ass blips that's out there of mutant power and get somebody over there to talk to this motherfucker to get them some training, because they could be a problem for what we got going on here altogether. Like, yeah, you an earth shaking psychic.
But you know what?
You probably want to come to this school and get some goddamn training, because you might be a genius, but you'll be stupid as fuck if we don't teach you something.
But
Come
here's
on, man.
also something that was very cool that Stanley and Kirby wrote when Xavier would do that, and also what George Lucas did. And here's the thing: mutants and Jedis, or people that were Force sensitive, it wasn't like, damn, they was popping up like roaches everywhere.
No.
They're very few, far in between. That's why Xavier created Cerebro for him to amplify his psychic ability, so he can look upon the map of the globe, not America, not New York, the world, for he can see, okay, but also he can relate to you. He says, I know that you feel like an outcast, and that you can come with people where we could teach you and we can help you. And Xavier always said, you do not have to become an X-Man. I just want you to learn your powers and your abilities.
And that's what I was going to say, right? How many people came to the X Mansion and left?
A lot.
A lot. Shit.
He didn't stop them?
That
He
was a
didn't
rotating
stop
door.
Yeah, it's a revolving door at the X Mansion, man. There are no bars on that shit outside of the gates. You can come and go. You don't want to be an X-Men? You ain't got to be no X-Men. Just don't become a problem, motherfucker. Or these X-Men will come see you about that shit.
Now,
but if you want to get on the squad, man, we got plenty of teams. What you want, an X-Men? You want an X-Force? You want an X-Factor? What? Tell me. Let us know. We'll find a spot for you somewhere.
I think
that
was fun.
You're good. Just use your powers responsibly.
I think one of the things that I liked that Malika, you brought up was, and a lot of people don't know, Eric used to go there with Xavier sometimes to go talk to them. I think everybody just looks at it like they just were always just butting heads, but sometimes Eric went over there and
they long-term friends.
Right.
Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
No. And I think that's but see, that's somebody who kept up with the lore. That's why I find it funny when people came out like, why would Magneto be inside the mansion? Like, I'm pretty sure he already had a key to getting inside of there. He just didn't want to fuck up what Charles had. But he's like, these are Charles's children. So y'all can always come over here to my castle if you want to. But he always told him, like, yo, if you can't deal with, Xavier's still with the people. If you want to come over here to your own kind, Xavier, you can't stop them now. Let's give them a choice. And I respected that world that they gave them those options.
Because that duality between Xavier and Magneto works like Jedi and the Sith. It works the same way, because I hate the idea of duality a lot of times but it is focusing in one sense. It makes people pick a goddamn side. It does, because you might have people say, since we still on the X-Men, say Amelia Volt. She knew Xavier. She knew Eric Lensher, right? She knew both of them. She couldn't really follow his all peace, no fight back shit. So she was over there fucking with Magneto. Now, she wasn't for killing everybody, but she was down on that other side. In a Jedi and Sith situation, she would be on the dark side. She would, because she over there with them boys. But she ain't as vicious as the rest of them. When you read this lore in Star Wars, you find out there are people that had the dark side, was on the dark side, but they wasn't over there doing that Sith shit. The dark side is just another side of the Force. It's like night and day, motherfucker. Just because you want to hang out at night all the time don't mean you a vampire. Maybe you just like hanging out at night.
What was the British actor that just passed away that played in Ahsoka?
Ray Stevens.
Now, I liked his character because
Balin Skull. Balin Skull was the character.
Was he ever in the books?
No, I don't remember him in the books. I want to say he was a made-up character for that show, but they do a lot of backfilling nowadays in the comic book, and I haven't kept up with that Darth Vader or some of the other shit that they throw out there. But go ahead and make your point so we can keep
I like
this.
that he was a Jedi that became a Sith, but then he left the Sith ways, and he's a mercenary, and he has his Padawan, or he has his protege. But I liked how the way Balin was. He still had honor, kind of like of a samurai in a way, where he knew that was going to be with him and Ahsoka, that he knew that, okay, it was going to be a battle between them, and it was this certain that he understood the old ways, and it had to be narrowed down between them. So, and I kind of like that, with that, how you saw it was, and you could see that there was that level of tradition that was there with him, which was pretty cool.
So let me get this out real quick. I just saw this. Shout out to Aquatechy for supporting the stream. The $artisanmc or PayPal if you guys want to support. It's rolling around at the bottom of the screen. That's for you, not me. Streams are not for free in that sense. Not for me, because I pay for all of this shit. But shout out to Aquatechy. He says, for the power of one. So for Aquatechy, I will give you that 3B salute.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
And shout out again to Aquatechy for the double up. Appreciate you. He says, for the power of two. Shout out to Aquatechy. I will give you that 3B salute.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
And the last one is to Aquatechy again. He said, for the power of many. Appreciate you, Aquatechy. I will give you that 3B salute.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Appreciate you for that, Aquatechy. Not shit.
You never
either.
see scissoring. You would never visualize scissoring. Well,
the same way.
I can't even get my thoughts together.
Yeah, nope, no worry. Let me get these two brothers to what was it? Shout out to Jason Bass. He said, I watched the first two episodes. I can't go beyond that. I watched the reviews and I'm glad I didn't waste my time. Dude, if you want to laugh, go ahead and watch the third episode. You ain't got to watch shit after that because apparently next episode is just pronouns anyway. So we already know about that shit. I already watched Atlas and had a whole fucking robot talking about their goddamn pronouns. It's like, what sense does that make? You ain't even got no gender. Fuck it. It's a voice, dude. If Siri, Alexa jumped up and started saying my respected pronouns, or man, shut the fuck up. You are AI. You can't even procreate. Oh my god. You watch the third episode just to laugh about it. I'm serious. Don't take it serious. I said that in my review. Don't watch this seriously. If you want to watch this from this point on, do not watch it seriously. It defies it. Just watch it and have a good fucking laugh. That's it. That's all you can do with this shit. It's like how ridiculous it is. And comfort yourself in the idea is that none of these motherfuckers survive. This isn't a bubble, far as I'm concerned. This is a bubble. All these motherfuckers die. This coven is not heard of outside in the rest of the damn universe. So unless they make something further down in the timeline that show these witches showed up again, they locked in this one spot. So fuck them. Let them do whatever the hell they want in her era that I wasn't paying no attention to anyway. I told you, I bought that book. I still ain't read that bitch. Still have not read it. Couldn't bring myself to read it. And the people that did was like, oh, but what about that Geode the Rock? I don't want to hear about a fucking rock Jedi. That's just literally a rock. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. We ain't talking about thing level shit. You know, where it can walk around and shit. No, it's just a fucking rock. Like, I'm good. That sounds dumb as fuck. And I know KK signed off on that shit. So that's the blockhead signed off on the block. So whatever the fuck. Shout out to Tony Black God, Chronos, Legacy, Monolith. Yeah, I know the Sith code. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I do know my Sith code. Shout out to the Beastly Nerd coming through here. Talking about Magneto taking members of the Brotherhood. Yep. They go back and forth sometimes. Because it's just ideology. That's why I don't give a shit about witches of far, far away. Okay. You want to call it the thread. It ain't a goddamn thread, you dumb bitch, but whatever the fuck. Fine.
It's the witches of fuckwick.
Yeah, exactly. Nitwit. The chant, yes. The twerking, no. Beastly Nerd. I didn't see what the... Wait, was that in the show? Come on, Beastly Nerd is smart enough. You ain't got to explain that shit to him. Yes, and that was in the chanting. Yes, was in the show though. Yeah,
and the scissoring too.
Yeah, but you know how I feel about twerking. I fucking hate twerking. Outside of the bedroom, I fucking hate twerking. So fuck it. It sounded like the same shit. People was calling it an orgy. I said it did sound kind of orgasmic because they were. I was like, oh, these bitches, these bitches. Now, the point that some people missed why they created kids, because the Republic, they were exiled, so to speak, for their ways, so to speak, like anybody give a shit. And they couldn't have children. So they created them. How they did that, nobody knows. But the two chicks liked each other. But what that tells you is they understand what men are and that they do need men. Why? Because they knew they couldn't have no goddamn baby. But they still wanted a baby anyway. So, like Jurassic Park, life found a way. Magic.
What was
Black
that?
magic. What up, Herb?
In the Hotep community, what was that lie that they said women had this particular gland that somehow could produce sperm in a woman so many hundreds or thousands of years ago could impregnate herself?
No. I would say this on a really rudimentary, dirty, biological level. You have all of that shit in you. And it's only the changing of chromosomes and other stuff in your body that changes it from being a male or a female. Like I just watched again the movie Predestination with Ethan Hawke, right? I like that movie. It's a time travel movie and it's trippy as fuck. Reason being is the character in the movie of Jane turns herself into a John. Why? Because she has a baby and there were so many complications with her birth. They discover that Jane has both sets of internal organs fully formed, female and male organs, right? And having that baby, having to have a C-section, destroyed her female organs. So they had to give her a hysterectomy and cut that shit out. But she still had functioning male parts in her. So they made her a penis. And she had to change her life after she had lived like 20-something years as a woman. She had to change up and start being a man. Right? Now, you have all of that shit in you because it's only chromosomes and stuff like that that change up and switch you one way to the other. And it's all biochemical stuff, right? It flips the switch and understands what you're supposed to be. It gives you more of that and less of the other one.
Uh-huh.
That's why you can take hormones and shit like that and try to change yourself one to the other way. It's all in you. Can a woman impregnate herself? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. That would actually mean you would have to be able to have an egg and sperm at the same time, that's not the way the shit works. You either get one or the other, and once the split, it's done. It's done. You just out here having target practice after that, regardless. That's all you're doing. So I don't want to believe that, because this whole thing with fucking with people about that, about one way or the other. Look, there's only two constants in the universe.
Uh-huh.
There's only two constants in the universe. There's only two poles of energy in the universe. It's either positive or negative. None of this shit works without the other one.
Uh-huh.
So get over your fucking self. Get over yourself. Be into what you into and be honest about why you into it. You just like it, doing it because it's different. And ain't nobody persecuting you because nobody gives a fuck.
But here's another thing. Stop pushing an agenda.
Stop pushing it in everybody's face. And the only person that I really get really angry about them pushing this shit in the face of is children.
Yes.
And that's why I was looking for specifically people of the desired age group that they were pushing this show out to, that they think that's what they're supposed to be. Because if you want to be really objectionable about the show, it ain't about two women scissoring. Look, given the context, that shit could be pretty fucking hot. Okay? Given the context, it could be pretty hot. With horns on her head or not, black, white, it don't fucking matter. She can ooh, ah, and whatever. That's the whole irony of mixing those two things together. Them chicks in there in a workout class learning how to twerk and shit like that look kind of hot. Especially when they own each other. No, bitch, you got to do it like this. Like, God damn, they practicing. Right? Could be kind of hot. Given the context, they in a gym, so it's not supposed to be hot, even though it looked fucking erotic as hell. Right? So the part that I found the most objectionable is this whole episode is about indoctrinating two little girls into this shit.
Uh-huh.
Because there ain't no other kids there, right? It's just those two twins.
Two girls, exactly.
So who the fuck were they going to be involved with, since it's a coven of lesbian witches?
Uh-huh.
You mean you birthed two children that you were going to have in an incestuous relationship with each other? Y'all put that out? That's the most objectionable thing about this whole episode. Fuck the thread. Fuck the force. Lightsabers, Jedis who doing shit that don't make any sense. Fuck all that. You mean to tell me these grown-ass women in this coven is indoctrinating two sisters to end up being lovers?
Uh-huh.
Huh? Are you shitting me? That's the most objectionable thing. Fuck all the rest of this. The rest of this is set dressing. That is some dysfunctional shit.
That's the most egregious thing. And that is
the most egregious shit.
Yeah.
Now, this is directed at they new audience, they new fans. Who is that? Young people.
Uh-huh.
Younger than you, younger than me, younger than people in this fucking chat. They aiming at children. Children. Oh, no. No, sir. That's why I specifically asked people who had young children to watch this shit. because I want to see their reaction. This is people in my real life that I know who got kids. Yeah, watch the Acolyte. Because like a good psychologist, I want to do the study. I asked 10 people, I want to see 10 reactions. What were their reactions? Because anybody with a young child, I don't see wanting them to watch this shit. I don't. No fucking way in hell. And they would probably turn it off for the same reasons that I'm mentioning right now if you asked them. Oh, I ain't watched that shit. That was garbage. Why was it garbage, though? You didn't want your daughter watching that? They was indoctrinating some little girls into being lesbians, by the power of many. You not for that? And they sisters, twins at that. Who was they going to be fucking with?
Exactly.
There ain't no other kids there. The fuck you think was going to be happening? They either getting together or they getting with one of them grown ass women, and that gets into some other weird dysfunctional shit.
So here's
not unlike Leslie Headland's relationship.
So let's break it down. We are pushing pedophilia, lesbianism, incest, and we got to have a number 4 to make it even.
No, three is fine because 3 is
so
a
that's the
foundation of a
trifecta.
pyramid. That's the trifecta because 3 is a pyramid. That's it. That's your triangle. That's your base.
Pedophilia, lesbianism, and
to
incest.
get you what? To get you what at the top?
The power of one pyramid. The power of many pyramid.
Fucking hell. Men Pen. Shout out to Jay Will for supporting the stream. Now I will ask you guys. Y'all been watching reviews. Who else have you heard say that? To look at that and see that situation like that. Yeah, because I can laugh about the shit all day long. But I'm a father who has a daughter. I got a granddaughter. Would I, asking myself cognitively, consciously watching this show, would I put this in front of a child? No. Why? Because they're wrapped up in some sexual shit, and I don't put sexual shit in front of kids. That is not their goddamn business right now. I will talk to them about sex. All this aberrations of it is for later. It ain't for now. And it damn sure ain't for the TV show to tell them about it. Fuck you. They made Star Wars version of the Wheel of Time. They crossed the line and retcon the Chosen One. They haven't retconned the Chosen One yet. That's coming. Told y'all last week. That's coming. This is the show. The retcon for the Chosen One should be that Maeve character, Brie Larson's character. The original, real Chosen One. But shout out to Jay Will 28 for supporting the stream. I do appreciate that very much. I will give you the power of many, nigga.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
And I don't know if you're a Negro. I just said that to be fucking stupid. This is why I tell people that know me, family and shit like that, oh, I tried to watch a stream. Don't watch my fucking stream. Don't watch that. You don't want to see that shit. Change the way you feel about me. You actually hear some extra shit. Facts on the girls against facts on the girl against her will at that. Exactly, Aquateki. Exactly. Because Asha, like I said, I'm from California. I work in construction. OSHA means something different to me every time I say it. But Billy Osha wasn't for that shit. And what were they doing? What was her sister doing? Trying to force her, guilt her into the shit. She was like, no, I don't really want to do that. Exactly. Exactly, Malika. Using that sign language to try to get her to do it. And when she was firm on it, like, no, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to kill you, bitch. Oh, really? Now we into murder? We on to murder now? Oh, I thought we were sisters. Because basically, that whole speech that she gave, what the thread binds together, nobody can separate, that is a marriage vow. You get that, right? You know, like in the old world where you sit there and you say your vows on the cliff and they tie your arms together with a string and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Those are marriage vows. They married those two girls together. Come on, man. Yeah, look.
But you know what you're doing? You know what you're
Stop
doing?
looking at the puppet show, okay?
Yeah.
Stop looking at the puppet show and look at the actual messaging. It ain't about who gives a fuck about lesbians. Nobody. I'm a lesbian. I don't give a shit. Lesbians like the same shit I like, which means we could probably both sit down and have a good conversation about pussy. You don't like dick? Neither do I. I don't care. But where they're going above and beyond with this shit is that messaging.
Mm-hmm.
Two sisters? Two sisters? You married together, two sisters, and one was so mad that the other one's gonna leave, she gonna kill her? That don't even make no fucking sense. Especially not two black sisters.
That's what.
But I guess if it's no men around, they only gonna fight with each other.
Exactly. Well, you know what they say: if there are no male hyenas around, the females will definitely fight each other.
They will stroke their pseudo penis and start fighting each other. And if you want that hyena analogy, shout out to the angry man for giving the manosphere and the internet that one. Who is your subordinate weaker male in this show? Yord. Yord. It's the only other black dude in this, even though it's supposed to be so diverse. You got the one Mario Van Peebles light-skinned dude, he dumb as fuck. And nobody listens to him. Even the other little younger chicks, his Padawans and shit, give him crap. Really? Oh, so I ain't got no respect for any hierarchy whatsoever.
That's the black community.
No shit. That's why I keep wondering why you black women keep getting down with this. I mean, for real. What is these white women problems between you? Kitty licking? Come on, man. I just listened to a comic.
You know what that is? Here's another comparison. All right. You know what this whole coven thing is? Feminism.
Yeah.
And what you have is the white women pushing on. Because remember, you see the what's the name of the race that Darth Maul is from, and this chick she's a member of that race.
Zabrak or something like that.
All right, the Zabrak. You hear her, she's giving the chant, right? She's in front, and the black woman's on the side.
Mm-hmm.
So the white woman is telling the black women, you know, your man is patriarchal. He's running you, he's ruling you. But then you see this whole thing, like you said, if you take the bullshit layer of the Star Wars ideology off of it, but then you start pushing this bullshit underneath it, like how you said, the men are docile fools. We're going to push the agenda of lesbianism, pedophilia, and incest. Then at the same time, we're going, you're having the two sisters fighting against each other because you're not down with our cause. But then this is, I think, for these 3 episodes, that's laying the crust for the bullshit pie that we're going to see coming at the end, when you're going to see who the actual acolyte is. Because remember,
it's a woman.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, I said there's more. It's a woman. It can't be a white dude. They're running out of those. They're running out of those in these shows. So it can't be a white dude. It got to be a woman. Maybe she gets redeemed or something. My point that I was going to say is that I saw a comedian last night, and she was mixed with black, white, Portuguese, Latino, and all this other shit. And she made a joke last night. And this goes back to my lesbian joke, right? On my point about being a lesbian. And she said she's old enough to remember where black men didn't eat pussy. But she's young enough. What? She's too old. She's young enough to now know that black men eat ass. Like the fuck.
See, she's in that bark where we know that. Yep, we can relate.
She's a Gen Xer.
Yep,
she's a Gen Xer. So yep. she's seen this shift, and that was part of what her comedy was. She was showing you the shift, how things have changed. Look, things have changed. So that means nobody gives a shit about lesbians. You know how you know? Because more of them and younger keep popping up. That proves that the environment is okay for you to be whatever the fuck you want to, because nobody actually cares. Because if it was how they want to describe it to you, oh, it's so hard, it's so difficult, there wouldn't be, they'd still be hiding and shit, right? Like they were in the 70s and the 60s and shit.
That's a fact.
That's why I don't take a lot of the new age ones serious. Oh, it was so much of a struggle. Man, shut up. You came up in the 2000s. Get the fuck out of here.
Lesbians, I fucking work.
Find some of them lesbians that's 50 years old or something. 60 years old can tell you about the actual struggle of hiding. You ain't had no goddamn struggle. You got lesbians on TV, scissoring and everything. Shut the hell up. You ain't got that kind of struggle. You just was told that that's the struggle you're supposed to have. Just like these B-dubs was told the struggle that they were supposed to have, like the white women, that your men was keeping you down. You dumb bitch. We ain't never had no power over you to keep you nowhere. We can't even get you to shut the fuck up. Come on, man. Goodness, dude. It's some of this shit is so, it seems so elementary and dumb to me that it's not even worth talking about. But then when you start talking about it, it just makes me frustrated because I can't believe people is this thick in the fucking head. Like, legitimate.
Because people, I found out people like living a lie. But when you uncover the information, you say, well, look, it's here. Like what you just did. You said, all right, let's take the cover off of the Star Wars lore, but we present these egregious things. And you're seeing it, and you said, wait a minute. We got these three things that make this pyramid of egregiousness. But now you're pitting two girls to get against each other because one of the girls doesn't want to live this way, but she realizes there's something wrong. But now you're making the other sister say, oh, if you're leaving, now I have to kill you.
I'm going to kill you if you try to leave this because I want this. I want this. Mama gave me the mark. Mama gave me the mark and everything. You don't want a mark? You don't want the mark too? No, bitch. Why do everybody got to carry the scarlet letter? Why can't you just have it and that be okay? No, you got to be down with all of us. Nah, I'm good.
In other words, she did to give me some cho-cho.
No, she gave her, for the black folks in the audience, she gave her that Players Club shit. No, Diamond, you gonna give me what I want. That's what she told her.
Yeah.
Oh no, you here for me? You here for me, bitch? Oh no, you here for me? You gonna give me what I want? If not, I'm gonna fuck you up.
I don't even get down like that.
I don't get down like that. Oh, you going to get down like that? She gave her some oranges at the new black shit. Is what she told her. Fucking hell, and nobody had anything to say about that. I'm telling you, I listened to days of reviews on this shit. I did my review. I wrote my notes. I put this book on my desk and left it. And then I just listened to what everybody else had to say. Nobody mentioned that shit. Yeah, the chanting is goofy. Yeah, it is. It is goofy. Yeah, how these Jedis act is not correct. Yeah, it is incorrect. Yeah, stone burning by a lamp is dumb as fuck. I said it while I was watching it. It's on the stream. Like, what the fuck? That shouldn't work. Stone. Like, the bitch pulling out a sonic screwdriver and opening a panel. I was like, what the fuck is this? Doctor Who? Bro, what am I watching? What is this shit? It was dumb all the way through. But nobody pointed out that simple thing. The most pivotal part. Like, what happened? I think the Jedis killed all them bitches. Maybe they didn't. But beyond that, did you see what they just did? They just married these 2 little girls and just trying to indoctrinate them to be all female coven. They ain't becoming witches. They became wife and wife, nigga.
Mhm.
That was a wedding ceremony, binding you together. Nobody can break. That is a marriage. You didn't get that? And they sisters. That's incest, pedophilia, a bunch of other shit.
Because
Like, oh my God, dude. This
because
is woo.
you're breaking down something that we as well, what the space was created, not just the Black manosphere, but the manosphere period, to make people realize, yo, as men, we're supposed to sift this stuff out. This is some bullshit. But the problem is now you have people, they become so lackadaisical. They become so normal, and it becomes new normal because you've been inundated for the past 20 years with the bullshit. You're so used to seeing it now that you've accepted it. It's kind of like if you like, for us, we're Gen Xers. If we grew up seeing crime in an area, we grew up, if you see a guy shaking another guy's hand and he's reaching in his pocket and giving you some, oh, that's a crack deal. Damn, somebody's like, oh my God, well, that's normal. But then if you see stuff that they're showing here in this show, but you're seeing it put in books, put in comics, put in TV shows. But then, like, you're realizing, like, damn, they got real blatant with this. And you're like, oh
That's
my
all
God.
it is. That's all it is. It's blatant as fuck. Let me get this shout out. Appreciate you, Joe Herb, for supporting the stream. He didn't leave a message. Herb, did you watch this? Because I know that gotta fuck with your sensibilities. I know it gotta fuck with your sensibilities. You a good religious boy. I know you was like, what the fuck is this? Like, there's biblical overtones in this.
But you know what I
What the hell
found
they
out?
talking about? Hold
But
on
you
one
know I
second.
found
Like,
out,
hold on. Let me give him this prompt. So shout out to Joe Herb. I appreciate you. I will give you the power of many.
The power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
See, when I get my videos.
Yo,
See,
I'm about to watch this fucking episode just to get some laughs.
I'm telling you, I was saying that after I watched it that night, man. You better off watching this shit with a drink and just having a good time with your friends, because this shit is wide open for memeing, gifting, lampooning, whatever you do, man. It's good for material. It's just good for material.
This is the SNL version of fucking Star Wars, basically.
yeah.
This is some shit used.
This is a Mad TV. This is the Mad TV version of Star Wars. Okay, the kids in the
Oh
hall version. Come
But
on,
you know
Rick.
what I was saying? If it was a bunch of men, you know, it would be a bunch of holy hell. But you see, women could get away with this.
Dude, if a dude had created this show, if Filoni had created this show by himself, Leslie Hanley was just a writer on this show, this motherfucker would be catching all kind of hell. He should be. Now, he might not, because he protected by the powers of KK, right? But some other dude, he'd be getting fucking blazed. He'd be getting blazed for this shit.
But I'm saying, suppose if it was all men doing that, or if it was a man and a boy, Nambla and all this other stuff, I'm like, what the heck?
Look, well, one, it wouldn't have got made. And two, yes, they'd have shut that shit down, dude. They'd have had so many lawsuits jumping out the woodwork, like, oh my God, what is you doing? They trying
And
to turn these little girls into men's.
And
They'd be pointing at the same shit I am. They married those little girls. They gonna be doing something with them girls. Well, that's the same way I feel with a bunch of women who all say they lesbians and 2 little girls in the group. I don't think the little girls are gonna be safe. I think they snacks.
Mm-hmm.
I think you trying to replenish your numbers.
uh-huh.
The fuck you talking about? No, man. Shout out to JL West. He said Dave Filoni, Kathleen Kennedy, and Harvey Weinstein's Personal assistants should never be allowed to touch the IP after this series. KK shouldn't have been allowed to touch this IP, and that was the greatest mishandling I've ever seen for an IP outside of some of that dumb shit that's happening over at Amazon. With every IP they keep touching, they keep feminizing. And whoever told you to go see or put it in the chat talking about seeing Wheel of Time, I've heard not to watch that shit. I've been warned not to watch Wheel of Time because it is such an insult to the books. It is such an insult to the books how they did that shit. You want to see what they did to Wheel of Time? Take your ass over there and watch what they do in The Witcher right now. You'll be good. You'll be good. You don't need to go further down that rabbit hole. I mean, trust me. And no, I agree with you, J Will. They don't need to be touching this IP ever again because I think about it like this, especially with the first name you mentioned. Do you realize if George Lucas passed today, God forbid, if he passed today, tomorrow Dave Filoni would be the authority on Star Wars? You realize that shit? That's how he's positioned himself. This motherfucker is the acolyte. Okay? This is the acolyte. That's who he is. That's why they were saying they didn't need George, because they got Dave. And Dave has the stamp of credibility because he worked with George for so long on the Clone Wars. No, George always told me, it's like, you lying motherfucker. George ain't said that shit because it's completely inconsistent with what he did. You're saying that shit, and you're wrapping it in George's name so you can stand up there smiling. Oh, bitch.
Look, and this is
I figured out why he wear that cowboy hat now. Because he's riding that cow of a woman. Yeah, I said that shit. Fuck y'all.
and this is why I've never given two shits about the Clone Wars. Because I always know somehow that this shit was going to end up with Dave Filoni being goofy. And when I saw him on that stage in Star Wars Celebration in Chicago, and he had his legs crossed like a woman with the pink background, I said, "Oh, this motherfucker he's finna be a destruction of this shit. Y'all all hyping him up and everything." And I said, "You better give it to Favreau and take it from Filoni, because Favreau at least gonna try to keep this shit Star Wars. Filoni gonna do something else." They kept hyping him up and they kept gassing him up. And congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, look what he just fucking gave you.
Well, see, that was my thing always with the Mandalorian. I was down with John. I didn't know that much about Dave. Where people were saying, "Oh, he did good on the Clone Wars." Okay, I didn't watch that shit, but okay, whatever. But he does know his lore. That's why I called him the lore master. He does know his lore. John can write. Dave knows the lore. The combination of those two together should keep the ship right. And they got it rocking for two seasons, right? Two seasons. What, 24 episodes? Or not? They didn't do 12. Not that many episodes. But 2 seasons, they got it working, right? That third one fell off a fucking cliff. You can't. John wrote some shit to kill his own character off. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me John wrote all that ridiculous pterodactyl grabbing kids shit. That's a KK thing. Did y'all watch Jurassic World? That's some of her shit too. Same dumb shit. Another goofy ass black woman out there trying to be a dude. It's the same shit over and over again. That's why every time she pull out this goddamn droid in this show, I'm thinking batteries not included. But it ain't nothing but a ripoff of what's the damn droid's name in Fallen Order? BB or something like that? It ain't nothing but him without being able to have legs. Because then you gotta, use CG and animate that bitch if it got legs. So it's easier if she just keep it in the pouch and pull it out. I'm like, dude, I just saw this dumb shit in Obi-Wan with Leia and her dumb fucking droid. Batteries not included. Like, oh God, dude, where's the A game material? Where's the real material? Where is the real material?
It's with the men that have the balls and the backbone. That's where it is, in the brains. But they don't want that. They don't want that.
No, they just want to try to photocopy that shit. That's all it is.
And they're running out of toner.
Yeah, no shit. Take that bitch out and see if you got one of them old school where you just shake it.
As long as you keep with the material, we talking about being growing up in an era of indoctrination, whereas we point this shit out because like, hey, but the kids not normal. It's like the conversation I keep having with the kids at the facility because we talking about the Latin. They talking about, oh, we're gonna watch the live action one. It's better than animation. I said, no, the fuck it's not.
No, the
They
fuck is
took a
that?
whole. I said they took a whole chunk out of the from the animated one where it's a Latin saving the day and made it about Jasmine trying to be a
Jasmine
fucking
saving
sultan
the
and being the sultan. I said, fuck no. I said y'all don't understand that because y'all 14, 15 years old, but as a dude, that's some girl power shit that they keep adding on. And that takes away from why we watching the movie. I don't care about Jasmine. I said, first off, at that time period in that country, that is completely unacceptable.
day. Exactly.
It's still unacceptable shit.
Like it's still, they didn't stop it.
They ain't
It's still
stopping.
going. That shit is still going. Shout out to Joe Herb. He said he tried, couldn't, stopped at the song because how stupid it was. I'll get back to it though. Okay, Herb, you did watch some of that. I give you some credit. I thought you wouldn't have watched that shit. It saved
You didn't have the power of 1 and 2 and many with you. Come on now.
Look, that shit is so dumb. It's gonna be a joke from here on out. It's a joke from here on out. That's all that shit is. Every time I seen somebody saying it, they laughing because it's such a fucking joke. It's a social meme, so it'll stick in your fucking head. But it's so fucking because it's so fucking stupid. It's like Beavis and Butthead laughing. Like, come on, man. Or fucking Ren and Stimpy, he doing that. Like, come on, man. It's just dumb shit. It's just dumb shit. Shout out to Hitflix. He said, this is the closest I will ever come to seeing that. You're probably better for it, too. I haven't watched any Disney Star Wars outside of Andor. I'm waiting for season 2 of Andor to come. I am. Because I'm looking forward to a good story. Shout out to Tony Gilroy. Because apparently some people know how to write a damn story. Now, the only person I have not heard what he thought of this yet was Dr. Tia-san. I want to see what he think of this shit. I would like to see him review this shit. Not because I want him to watch it. I don't want him to watch this shit. Don't waste. Look, you ain't got to lose no brain cells. The fact that I got a lot means I have some to spare. Don't waste yours, dude. You got a lot of brain cells. You don't need to waste your time with this shit. I'm sorry. Don't. It's a remedial class. You don't need to be in there with the helmets and the people banging themselves into the walls and shit. You don't need to do that and smearing poop all over the place. No, don't do it.
Shit.
But if you want to watch one episode, watch episode 3 and tell me what you think.
Let me tell you something. He'll get to it if he hears it, and because he's definitely probably because he listens, and we have. But with this part of the Black Manosphere, we're a small, tight community. He'll get to it and he'll talk about it. He'll
look for it on the
in the
Wednesday
beginning. Show. He'll crack up because of how the way what we're talking about, but he has to give his very scholastic, intellectual spin on it.
I have to get that masculinist professor view on that shit because that's the perspective that he brings to the table. He a geek,
but I must see this.
Also masculinist, dude.
If he has a pedal, I'm gonna bring my ignorant motherfucking ass up there and I'm gonna say, I said,
Artisan asked you a question.
I said, Dr. T, you know me and Artisan, we created the pyramid, right? And he was like, oh shit, what do you mean? I said, no, we created the pyramid of diversity of power.
Shit, I didn't create shit. I'm just looking at what's there. It's there.
Well,
it's right there.
I'll take the shot to the heart of it. I created the
take the credit for that shit if you want to. Take the credit for it if you want to. But it was my analysis.
Hold on. We got to send this to the one and only, man. I want to see him drop some nukes on this show. We got to send this to Angry Man.
No, I have not contacted Angry Man about this shit, asking him to watch this. I know goddamn well he is not watching this. I know damn well he is not watching it. I haven't even mentioned it to him.
I want to see
what the fuck is you doing, Beasley? What is you doing, Beasley? No, I ain't even mentioned this shit to him. He is a geek. He is a geek. He is an elite. I ain't got to mention this shit to him. If he watched it and ain't saying shit about it. Or he didn't watch it. I'm not asking him to watch that shit.
You
Hell
see,
no.
but
What
the
the
funny
fuck
thing
for?
is, if we talk about, we push myself. I just want to hear you something. You gotta do me a favor. Like I would do it just to fuck with him. So you gotta do me a favor. You gotta look at episode 3 just to do it. And he probably
No,
he'd be
Look,
ready to
he
cuss
has
like that.
to.
look, there's some
Look,
shit I will
I'm
do.
about.
There's some shit I will do to friends of mine to ask them to watch some shit like FD Steven, right? My old boss Steven. I asked him to watch it. He got a daughter and his wife is here, and his wife is kind of a feminist. So yeah, of course I asked him to watch it. He said, "No, I haven't seen it yet." Said, man, you got to hurry up and catch up. It's like I want to see. You got. I heard it was really bad. Yes, it is really bad. But watch it anyway because I want you to suffer with me. I just want to know I just want to know what his wife got to say. I want to know what the two of them have to say with their young daughter there. Would you have her watching this shit? What you think? I want to know. These are things I want to know. Look, I don't have a problem asking questions. But what Beastly suggested, look, man, I ain't gonna bother him with that shit. Bother him with that shit. He got more important things to do. No, if he watched that shit, you will hear about it. But it ain't gonna be because I suggested he should watch that shit.
He would do a whole stream of that shit.
Yes.
Annihilate.
Man, that motherfucker. He well into his 40s now. No fucking way. He ain't got no patience for that shit. You know it's foolish.
Hold on, I can see him. You know how he start talking real good. You know what? He breaks it down. He get real quiet.
Like a cigar. And I'll be waiting for him to cuss all 3 of us out. He says, you know,
it's certain things you don't tell certain people, right? You don't tell that motherfucker in the corner that is known for going nuclear about some shit like this, unless you're ready to bring on the wasteland and the apocalypse. He don't need to watch that shit. I only said Dr. T because I want that masculinist review of it.
I want that.
Because Dr. T didn't want to watch Andor because it didn't have Jedis and lightsabers necessarily, right? That wasn't Star Wars to him. Even with me and BGS telling him, no, this shit is really good. You watch it.
You got to check
it. Okay. Now, this one has Jedis and lightsabers in this motherfucker. What'd you think? Just watch that one episode. I'm curious. I'm curious to fucking know. It's shit. I can tell you up front it's shit. But if you watch it, you can say, this ain't Rocky Road shit. This is not, they ain't been eating healthy shit. This ain't leafy green shit. This is some pure, USDA beef, bowel movement shit.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do what Robert Wing used to do on Mork and Mindy. Malika calling Dr. Tiasan Johnson. Please answer Tiasan Johnson. Malika calling Dr. Tiasan Johnson. Please answer Tiasan Johnson.
You gotta call him you act like you call him like the damn Candyman. They can watch a BGS stream and get a useful symbolism, zodiac info. You would get the Wheel of Time. You fuck the Wheel of Time. I'm not watching that shit. I didn't read those books. And from people who read the books and love the books, they ruined it with the show. Thank you. I don't need to put that into my head. This is an 8mm situation. Some shit you do not need in your head. Some shit you don't. This acolyte shit, I don't need it in my head, but I run a channel reviewing dumb shit like this. So I'm gonna do my part.
To ask you. Are you really serious that you want Dr. T to do that? To do a review of this? Because you got his email, right?
Yeah, I can call him, but
look, I want to do it tomorrow. I don't want to mess up his Father's Day.
No, I ain't messing up his fucking Father's Day. His son home too? No.
Exactly.
Look, if he watched the shit, he watched it. If Layman did a fucking video, then Dr. T already know about it. Okay? That's just how this shit go. So I didn't call him about that shit, but if he ever says anything about it, I'll be looking to hear it. I will be looking to hear it. The Clone Wars was good, but Filoni is destroying all the credibility he managed to build. John is better showrunner, and he knows to cater to his core audience. I will say this. I give Filoni no credit on the Clone Wars because most of the Clone Wars was done by George. He was working with George. He's one of. Okay? When George left the show, that's when you seen the most cannon busting shit, where George wasn't as involved. Because what I know of Filoni from the Clone Wars show is that he breaks canon all the time and makes up shit all the time in canon to rewrite shit. Like that whole dumb shit about Kyber crystals, you got to make them bleed and all the rest of this dumb shit to get a red crystal. I was like, dude, that was never in lore. You made that shit up.
Mm-hmm.
You made that shit up. These night sisters shit, he made that shit up. That wasn't in lore before. Bringing back Darth Maul with spider fucking legs, they just found a way to do that shit. Darth Maul is supposed to be dead as shit. Just so you can bring him back. To do what with him? Have your character fight him? I told you. This motherfucker been playing the long game for a while. I'm just mad I didn't see that shit earlier. He's been playing the long game to sew his character into every position Luke Skywalker or Obi-Wan should have been in. That's the position Ahsoka is taking now. She beat Vader before Obi-Wan did. She beat Vader before Luke did.
Mm-hmm.
She fought Maul too and kind of beat him, right? So everything one of George Lucas's characters has done, he has now superseded it with his character by writing that in there.
Sure.
So it basically undermines their whole ability, just like putting these two goofy ass twins, these incestuous coven twins in there, taking the place of Luke and Leia and trying to fuck up the whole prophecy of the chosen one. Skywalkers. Yeah, they don't matter no more. These are the people who matter. The Anastasia kids. Man, shut the fuck up with that dumb shit. Dumb. So yeah, like Aquatech was saying, yeah, Filoni can still get it. Yeah, he can still get it. He do deserve a punch in the face. If George was younger, I bet he would be kicking his ass. And George was a little meek dude when he was younger. But I bet he'd be taking off them glasses like, you know, motherfucker, I'm still from Cali, nigga. Let me show you how we rocking with Desto. Get the dust up. Nah, fuck them. I can't believe these people.
George would have a bunch of people having his back. I'm like,
He would. It would look like American meat.
And he's married to a black chick too, so you know he got some like male cousins. Like yo, what's yours? What's good? Let's grab you, baby.
Yeah,
We finna go kill him.
Here's the other part. What's the two things you know about B-dubs with the dudes they pick? One, they probably got some money, right? What's the other thing?
Yep.
You gotta have some edge.
Yep.
Gotta have some edge, right? Okay. He got a sister. George got some edge, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
George got some edge.
And put like, and you also know the black male cousins accept him too. So you already know if they accept the one white dude in the family, it's some cats that's rocking with him. Don't touch him.
Yes, it's rocking with him. BDA. Thank you, Aquatech. Yeah, BDA. I kept saying BD, but I kept thinking it was BB. Every time I said that, I played the game, but every time I say that, I think of that fucking beach ball. BB, beach ball.
Oh, BB-8.
Yeah, BB-8. That fucking dumbass droid. The beach ball droid. And I said his name is BB-8. What is that? A fucking joke on our intelligence? Beach ball? BB? Oh my fucking god, dude!
Oh, wait a minute. I did not catch. Hold on.
You never caught that?
Hell no.
You never caught that?
Dude, I tried to block that movie out of my goddamn memory, man. I have been trying to erase the sequel trilogy.
Holy shit! Let's
I had the neural laser from Men in Black,
I would make this more fun. Let you see how I see the world. Okay, this is how Artisan looks at the world. Okay, so let's bring this up into its own fucking screen just so I can do this. I know AB is live, so I'm gonna shut this down. So okay, let's just do a little presentation class because I do this well sometimes. What is this droid's name? BB-8, right? Okay. What is the base? What does the base look like? A fucking beach ball.
Mm-hmm.
Beach starts with a B. Ball starts with a B. You put those two together, what you got? BB-8, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What shape does it look like? It looks like a number 8. If you turn the two B's back to back, what is it? An 8. You mean to tell me these people are fucking creative? BB-8. Beach ball.
Lunchball.
and the head sits on top of the body. And how did they have it on the set? If you watch the behind the scenes stuff of The Force Awakens, what was it? It was a ball with a little gimbal with a fucking dude running behind it to make it roll. Get the fuck out of here. This is our new droid. Kathleen Kennedy can be known in this shit for making the dumbest looking fucking droids ever. The dumbest droids ever. BB-8, that cone-nosed motherfucker in the last Jedi, that other goofball in Rise of Skywalker, that shitty-ass batteries not included droid in Obi-Wan Kenobi, and now this goddamn droid, the Swiss Army knife droid in the Acolyte. Batteries not fucking included every fucking time. You don't know what that is? That's a Steven Spielberg movie she got producer credit on. She don't go no farther from the source. She is not creative. I don't even think she got a good cup of coffee. Nowadays, I don't. I don't think her coffee skills was probably shit too. Gotta be. Her coffee game was not on point.
Skills were. We saw her dance in Indiana Jones.
Her dancing skills wasn't shit either. That's when I was watching this Power of Many shit. I was thinking, what did she teach them how to do this shit? This is some Berkeley at the street festival dancing all out in the middle of the crowd shit. That's what that was. That's why I was giggling while I'm watching this shit. It's like, dude, I've seen this before. I've seen this. You can go right to San Francisco, go to any concert, and it's some bitch twisting out in the middle of nowhere doing some shit like that. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? I can't take this seriously. I was upset when I was taking it serious. When I just start looking at it like I was watching rubber or something, then it's funny. It's objectively bad. It can't be taken serious as no fucking Star Wars. Would you read a book of this?
Donnie Mac put in the chat, BB-88 is the first body positive droid.
Shout out Donnie Mac. He ain't shit. The burning droid. Yeah, burning droid. Kathleen was also executive producer on The Color Purple. I know that. I was the one who brought that information to this space. Real good at repeating shit. Yeah, I know that because I went back through her filmography because I couldn't figure out why these motherfuckers was so invested in this bitch and why she did it. And I brought it up on this stream in year fucking 3. I think it was year 4. I brought it up on the screen and went through a whole filmography and told everybody about that shit. And there's a bunch of movies she's on, not just The Color Purple, a bunch of them. Anything Steven Spielberg worked on, she got credit on it. And she just keeps repeating that shit. There's 2 people that she owes her career to. Well, 3. George, Stephen, and Frank, her husband. Because she get credit on Frank Marshall shit too.
Yep.
So I was shocked to find out like the Born Identity shit, that them early movies, she got credit on those. She got credit on those.
What?
That's how she that's how she continued to become a big
Marshall
player.
Kennedy. Marshall Kennedy.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. So she gets credit for the fucking Bourne movies, even though she had no
She get paid off of those. She get paid off of those.
Because of her name.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And because of who she's affiliated and associated.
That's why I'm saying I'm not getting pissy about certain things, but I know what I bring to this fucking space and I know what information comes out of my mouth. Okay. That's why The Color Purple came up, because I looked for that shit and I looked into all of it. And that's why I started going through that filmography of all that shit. And that's why I brought it to the space and brought it to the attention of the space, because I thought that was the most telling, because that was the first time we had actually, before we had even heard about this Color Purple remake coming out, that, oh, they're probably going to do a Color Purple remake. Like, nobody want to see that shit. Who wants to see that? That shit did more damage to the black community than anything else. They want to remake that shit? By who?
Mm-hmm.
Who doing it? No.
Okra.
Look, I do some long ass streams and I don't organize my streams to where I pull up information, but I write down in a book everything that I want to talk about for every stream. And because I'm such a fucking tactile person, I always keep the book. I don't throw it away. I write a lot of shit. So when you see in this book all these notes that I have, I'm always writing notes. That's why I can always go back and tell you where the shit came from.
Mhm.
I don't talk out of my ass. I talk from my knowledge. I don't repeat shit other people said. I'm not no stolen valor ass type of motherfucker. That's not me. I'm a Gen Xer. I like my own thoughts. I will plot my own course. Live or die, succeed or fail. But it will be originally me, because that's what a Gen Xer is all about. We gonna be original. We ain't trying to be a copy of anybody or anything. And that's why we became Gen X and not the greatest, not the last, not the bravest, none of that shit. They didn't know what the fuck to call us because we were defining ourselves. And that's
Rebelled
why we
against
were
the
the unknown quantity. X was the unknown quantity. And we embraced it. He said defund Kathleen Kennedy. Good luck.
shit.
Good luck. I don't think it's going to happen. She ain't going nowhere. This is what it is now. So I told you guys that you just have to accept, or I was just coming to the acceptance of understanding that this just ain't the Star Wars. I at least have the original shit. That's where it is now. I'm 50 years old now. I mean, Star Wars has been in my life longer than my fucking kids. Longer than my children, longer than some of my longtime friends.
Mhm.
Star Wars has been in my life for a long time. It came out in 77. I was born in 73. This is my life.
That's a
What
lot
I
of
have
our lives.
a lot of our lives, right? I can only speak for me. So for me, being a geek, loving this shit, having Luke Skywalker toys and Vader toys, fighting on my mama's ironing board and shit like that. Star Wars has always been something I've really loved. And what I'm learning as an older geek, an OG, an old geek, is that at 50 years old, some of this shit, I just have to hold on to what I had and know I liked it when it was fucking good.
Mhm.
But now, like, you might not even know this reference, like Lorian talking to the Vorlons in the shadows at the end of the Shadow War in Babylon 5. This is for the younger races now. It is time for us to move beyond. It's time for us to go to new territories because this shit is not what we knew. If you ain't changing it to be what it was, it's time for you to move on. Leave this shit to the motherfuckers. They burn it down, they burn it the fuck down. That's just what it's going to be. But understand, I still got the original material. I still got the original movies in original format and George redid versions. I still have both of those, and I can watch them and love them. I still got all my books, so I can read those and enjoy it for what it was and give those to my granddaughter to say, oh, you like Star Wars? This is real Star Wars. That's my job. But it ain't my job to sit there and watch this shit and think, yep, this is the best as ever. No, it's not. And if you don't like hearing that shit, too fucking bad.
No,
But I can tell you it ain't because I know what came before. I'm not one of these dumbass fucks who didn't come to this shit until 15 years ago. No.
Shit, not even 15. Honestly, just a couple of years ago.
20. Yeah. If 20 years ago. I didn't come to this shit at the prequels.
You know what?
Because I remember the bullshit he was getting for even doing prequels. George invented that idea.
Mhm.
Everybody else loved doing prequels now. But when he said, hey, how's he doing a prequel? How's that going to work in the story? Well, he lined it out for you. Well, how'd you like it? Everybody was critical. No, it wasn't really this thing. Man, your ass wasn't even alive. Shut the fuck up.
Manachlorians. We got a problem with Manachlorians.
Look, I remember that fervor when about the prequels, how much people was hating on George Lucas for that shit. And I remember where it was coming from. It was mostly coming from the studio. They were sick of George Lucas because George Lucas did not have to split his money with these motherfuckers. He did not like Hollywood. He wasn't a part of that system. He'd make his movies. He would fund his movies. He would do the special effects and the sound, everything the way he wanted. And then he would say, you can handle the distribution for me and I'll give you a cut. They hated that shit. They hated his ass for it. They hated him.
How long? It took him, 25 years to get Red Tails made? because he couldn't find people to do the shit. Well, he was
And
trying to make
why?
that
Why?
movie forever.
Why? They don't like American movies about American pilots. They don't like shit. We don't sell war movies. No, we don't sell war movies with black folks at the front of it. How long did what's his name? That white boy who was in Top Gun. How long did he have to go through to get that movie made with Jonathan Majors about Jesse? I'm forgetting his last name. That pilot from the Korean War. That black pilot from the Korean War. What kind of shit did he get? Top Gun made damn near $1 billion. This movie could barely get fucking advertisement, and it's a true story about a real man.
Remember, Spike Lee did the Harlem Hellfighters, Miracle of Santa Ana?
Devotion. Yeah, Donnie Mac. I was the only person who talked about Devotion. The only one. I went and reviewed it. Great movie. Glenn Powell, that was the white boy's name. He had to produce the shit to try to get it so it could even get seen.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn Powell just an actor. But he thought that was important. I saw both of those movies came out the same year. I went and saw Devotion. I love the hell out of that shit. You didn't see nobody talking about it. Nobody. I did. But that's how they do movies like that. Black males and you in aviation at a time where you wasn't supposed to be in aviation. Yeah, we won't give you any money for that. Good luck.
They'll promote the hell out of a Hidden Figures movie.
I ain't watched Hidden Figures because I thought it was some bullshit. My mother raved about it too, but my mother is a gynocrat, so
yeah,
I'd expect her to. She's a liberal and a gynocrat, so I expect her to rave about it. But if she raves about it, I know what's in it. Like, you don't have to throw anybody away necessarily. I accept people for who the fuck they are. If I know what you're about, I know what you're about. So if you recommend something to me, I know where it's coming from. She recommends something to me, I know what it must have been for her. I know what she must have keyed on about it. But then if I want to confirm that, I will ask her questions. And her answers will tell me what she liked about it. And then I'll decide from there if I want to watch that shit or not. Because I'll listen to your story. Don't mean I have to believe that shit. But, you know, listening don't cost shit but a little bit of time. Just a little bit of time.
You know what we're in? You know what we're in? What times we're in, man?
The end. George was shrewd in his business deal, made mucho bank getting rights to merchandise and Star Wars IP back in the day. Yeah, because nobody believed in this shit. Nobody. They didn't believe in this shit. That's why it took so much. Somebody mentioned this. I think it was Star Wars Theory mentioned this about George in them early days trying to get that shit done, because Theory is a big George Lucas supporter, straight up, which I can respect, because George Lucas is the creator of that shit. If it don't fall in line with George's vision, it ain't okay, but he'll watch it. You know, he'll give it a hearing, right? Because he wants to see Star Wars grow. Fine, I do too. I just want to see it grow with good shit and not boils and cancers. Okay. George almost had a breakdown from trying to get this shit made. Because you have to understand who George was. If you go back and look at old videos of young George, like if you still have Disney Plus, there's a documentary on there about George Lucas in the early days of making that shit and see where he was in California. George was a fucking nerd. He was an outsider. He was a little different kid.
He was like us.
Trying to make this fucking movie for this idea that he had. And people thought he was fucking stupid. That shit don't sell. That'll never work. That seems silly. But they in space with lightsabers and shit. But if you understand the story of George, you'll see all the people he went to gaining this information. He actually sat down and talked to Akira Kurosawa about samurais and samurai culture and shit like that. That's why it's just so stupid as fuck to see the Jedis in this shit doing some Chinese Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon shit when Jedis are based on samurai, not Chinese fighters. They do karate or kempo, not kung fu, nigga.
I mean, Jedi is literally taken from the Japanese word Jedaio, which is samurai for keepers of history.
Thank you, Beasley. injected some intelligence into these conversations with some of these dumb fucks.
What's
So-
the name? What's the name of your show, sir?
Who, mine?
No, I'm talking to Arson. What's the name of your show, sir?
The hero's journey.
And what did George believe in?
He believed in the hero's journey. He
And
was a
what
student.
was Star Wars about?
It was the hero's journey.
Exactly.
Young farm boy goes out and discovers a mission, a call to adventure, and goes out and is trained by a wise older mage to fight
George
the great
Lucas-
evil of their time.
George
And
Lucas has said
one
this.
of us, one of us. Yeah, one way out, man.
George Lucas said this. He said from A New Hope. Well, he said from I'm sorry. He said from the Phantom Menace to Return of the Jedi. That was Anakin Skywalker's story arc.
It was.
He said that when he said that, I said, now I started to really understand George Lucas. He wanted to tell a story. Now the thing is, when I told somebody that he had already written the previous 3 books, but the people were like, dude, you gotta give us something. So he takes it from A New Hope to Return of the Jedi. The reason why he gave you the prequels because he wanted to finish creating a whole story. He wanted to tell a full story of Anakin Skywalker. And he wanted to say, okay, this is where it starts from. This is where you really see how the way things are. George Lucas is a master storyteller. And he's not saying, he's talking about the battle of good and evil, not just with Sith and the Jedi, but he's just talking about within ourselves. He's talking about the battles within ourselves to try to at least do the right thing. Is the Sith right? We don't know. Are the Jedi right? We don't know. Let's tell a story. Let's not tell agendas.
Because the story is the agenda, not the agenda being the fucking story.
Exactly.
That's the problem. An agenda is not a story. I said this before on here a couple weeks ago, why I do not agree with politics being injected into shit like this and geekdom like this, because it makes everything divisive. Politics is automatically divisive. What is one of the 3 things that you can't talk about people without getting into an argument or a fucking fight? Politics, race, religion, and politics.
Yep.
That's one of the 3, right? So you can touch on politics in your creative work, but you don't bring politics and make that the work. No, that's for the political arena. That don't belong here. And everywhere they put it, you see failure. Does the politics of the LGBT work in this Acolyte show?
No.
Is it making it anything entertaining for you to watch outside of laughing at? No. Is it helping the Star Wars franchise? Not the fuck at all. There's plenty of other channels going over these numbers on Rotten Tomatoes, which I don't even pay attention to and still don't fucking get. And looking at these numbers of how this shit is falling downhill and straight apart. Is that helping? Is that rainbow banner you trying to wrap around this shit helping it? No. You know why? They don't want that shit either, apparently. Apparently, because you would think it's so many of y'all, right? The people complaining is the minority, since this is the only time we don't give a fuck about minorities right now. While you're talking about diversity, we don't care about that minority group, right? Okay, let's go with that narrative. We're a minority. Y'all are the majority. Why is the show failing? Why are your numbers in the toilet? If y'all the majority, why are your numbers in the toilet? Please tell me. But something like fucking Inside Out can do better numbers than your ass, and it's an animated fucking movie. You are not the majority. You are the minority. A minority of a minority. In a minority group, which is geekdom, you dumb fuck.
And in real actuality is actually making you a mockery. It's
They
not
make
even
a
helping.
mockery. That's why I said I'm just embarrassed for these motherfuckers. Like, do I have anything personal against Leslie Headland? No. It's her choice to be as goofy as she fucking want to be, right? She's an American. She can do that shit. I don't give a damn whose leg she falling down in between and what kitty she licking, whatever the fuck. I don't care. It's not my business. I didn't ask. and you ain't got to tell me.
Mm-mm.
But my offense with her comes in what she is doing to this thing that I have loved forever. And this person that lives close by to me from my home state, from my home little county, the Bay Area, created. And I've watched grow. And watching you fucking outright destroy it and talk shit to the people that's telling you, hey, man, quit fucking up that man's work. Shut up. You guys are just haters.
Bigots. All this other bullshit.
Man, call me what the fuck you want to. You need to stop doing that. Get out that man's yard. Burning down that man's house. What the fuck wrong with y'all?
With him in it.
Saying
With him
that we
sitting
don't
sitting on the sidewalk watching like I can't do nothing. They got me handcuffed. George did 4 through 6 when he could identify with Luke as a young man. Then he did 1 through. Yeah, I said that, Donnie Mac. That's my talking point from years ago to explain what the whole story was, why he went back and did Anakin, because he was now the father. He understood. 4 through 6 lets you know he didn't understand his father, because at the age he wrote it, what was he, in his 20s? He didn't understand his father. That's why Vader was the father, and he was the biggest evil. But when he got older, he realized that he didn't like that people thought Vader was really evil, because now he's a father and he understands. So that's why when he went back, he gave you the story of Anakin, so you could see the father's dilemma, because now he understands it. That's why I gave you that. Which, if he wanted to do, if he was in his mind enough to do 3 more movies, the 3 movies you would have got would have been Luke Skywalker older, and that would have been Grandmaster Skywalker you would have wanted to see. Because now he understands that journey. He took the 3rd part of that journey, because if you look at it in this way, he did the middle section 4 through 6. He did the front section 1 through 3. What do you need in a Trinity? Right? You need 7, 8, and 9. What they did fucked it up. If he did 7, 8, 9, you would have had 3 blocks of time that gave you the father and the son together, and the son taking over, and now it's the son story. You would have got that whole legacy going all the way through. It would have finished off the story. So the way I look at it, it's unfinished. Because you can't do 3 movies and only do 2 sets of 3 movies. That's the numbers don't work, motherfucker. You got to do 3 more movies. Well, they gave you 3 more. It fucking sucked.
Yep.
They didn't take his treatments because he already had them written. So he could have did it. He didn't.
I really want to read those treatments. Is this treatments or notes somewhere to find?
I think they're up online somewhere. Because everybody talks about them like they read the shit.
Because in my mind, I see it.
Enter the Badlands is way better than the Acolyte Noir Truth. Enter the Badlands is way better than the Acolyte.
Oh, hell yeah. You know they're supposed to be coming back with
the fight scenes are way better too.
They said they're coming out with another season. They renewed the show. I was like, I'm sold. I'm in. I'm already. Let's go. AMC, let's do it.
And I'll say to J Will 28, the question was, how do you fuck up an IP that's 40 plus years, a year roadmap? Simple. The way you see them doing it. Totally disrespect the fan base. Totally disrespect the creator of the shit. Take out every strong, pivotal character, male character in general. Take them out of this shit. Debase them as much as you can. And turn the shit completely into something else. Inject a bunch of stuff that was never in it. That's how they're showing you how to do it right now. This is a fucking textbook example of how do you destroy a 40-year plus franchise. Oh, this is how you do it. You put it. Oh, I forgot the main one. Put a dumb bitch in charge.
Exactly.
With no talent. Because her Midas touch ain't worked on nothing she's touched. Not Star Wars, not Indiana Jones, not Willow, not nothing, nigga. Her touch has not worked on anything. Nothing.
For extra hold on, artisan, and for extra credit, add in a bunch of people that are not familiar with the source material at all. Because you seen a lot of that going around where, well, I'm not really a fan of this. I didn't really read this. I didn't really watch this.
And why the fuck are you here then?
Exactly. And why are you here? I'm fine with you being here, but why are you here again? What was your interest in coming here?
No,
like, you guys remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, but I had my homeboy Tyler, I put a video up before of him trying to get a job at like Lucasfilms Realty or some shit, right? It was some George Lucas attached, Star Wars attached realty company, right? And they brought him in the interview process because Tyler's into accounting and some other shit, right? So they brought him in for this interview, and it was at, what was it? It was Lucasfilm's little base at the Presidio, right? The little campus there at the Presidio in San Francisco. If you don't know, Presidio used to be a military base. They sold it back in the 90s or something like that. Private companies came in and built different shit on it. There's a Disney museum and there's the Lucasfilms arm right there. Okay. Call it the campus. So they brought him in there. He's sitting in a room with like 5 or 6 people and they're asking him questions. They're asking him shit about Star Wars and stuff like that. And one of the questions they asked him was, what did he think of Jar Jar Binks, which was the comedy moment at this free comic book day that I recorded, him telling them story about fucking Jar Jar Binks. But one of the things he asked them, because you can do this in an interview, black men, he asked them questions. Do you know none of the 6 people sitting there had an answer for what Star Wars movie they liked? And they work for that company. They don't know. They had the same fucking answer Leslie Headland was given about what's your favorite Star Wars? Oh, I like all the Star Wars. That dumb shit. They didn't have one. They're not fans of this shit. And I don't understand how they even got the goddamn job. I was like, why would you come to work here then?
Because it's a job.
Because it's an opportunity to get in somewhere, get paid money. You ain't got to care about this shit. It's a prestigious company. I just need to, it looks good on my resume. I just need to get here and get this money out of it. Work myself into a position because nobody's watching and nobody cares because geeks are really inclusive. That's why they let all these goofy motherfuckers in there. That's how they got there.
That's funny.
They didn't get there because we was barring the door. They got there because geeks are really inclusive. Oh, you like this shit? You want to come in? Man, come on in, man. We'll educate you. It's no big deal.
We always trying to share.
What you doing? Yeah. Hey, what the fuck you doing? Oh, no, this is the way it should be. No, that's not right. Oh, really, Bob? Well, you can go, because I moved up past you and I'm in charge now, Bob, and you can get the fuck out of here.
No, wait. No, HR. I talk to HR, and you're being really microaggressions and bigotry. You're being really racist right now, Tom. You're like sexist. I think you need to go. Here's your papers.
Yeah, here's your papers. We had a conversation. We sat down and had a community meeting, Bob. And today is your last day. So we're going to walk you out. But I've been here 30 years. Yeah, but, times are changing. We're downsizing. It's time, Bob.
Are you mansplaining, Bob?
Who's going to get my spot? Oh, don't worry. Christine from, legal or clerical will take your spot. Christine, the dummy? She don't even like Star Wars. It's not your problem anymore, Bob. Just clean out your desk. Take your little toys with you. Take all of the toys. These are figures. Yeah. And take your little glow stick. It's a lightsaber, bitch. What are you talking about? Just security. We need Bob to get out of here now. That's not happening.
Christine with the gender study degree.
Yeah. Yes. The purple hair, the septum ring, and a nose, and the body positivity looking like Rainbow Bright. Yeah, she's going to take over now. She's in charge of continuity. She's never read one of the books. She's in charge of continuity now, Bob. Doesn't matter. It's not your problem. Get out of here. Go find something else to do.
Her favorite book is The Handmaid's Tale. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Christine, who got pregnant and she only worked here for 6 months, got pregnant, and was out of work for a year and a half. That Christine.
Yeah.
What made me bring that up is because one of the boys and one of the residents, the boys is reading that shit. I found when I was searching the bunk when I was doing the unit searches, and I found the book. I said, "Who the fuck is reading the Handmaid's Tale?" He said, "Oh, me." I said, "What the hell possessed you to pick this book out from the library?" He said, "I don't
Because
know. It's
that's the
just."
only thing he can read without chicks getting upset about it.
Mhm.
Look, I would read The Handmaid's Tale just to find out what was in the book because I'm that kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm that kind of person. I want to know what the fuck is in there. It's like BGS suggesting feminist books for you to read. You want to know what they own and not have to listen to somebody else telling you what they own? Read the shit that they write.
Mm-hmm.
Read it. And you will see the type of shit they own from their own mouth. They say it, but they hide information like that in books. This generation don't fucking read, which is evident because the her era, the HR era, the High Republic era wasn't selling.
Mm.
They're marketing it to a whole group of people that don't fucking read. They don't like tactile media. They don't like touching paper and shit. Oh, you cutting down trees. Ooh, that's going into the environment, man. What's your carbon footprint on all of that?
And what's funny is because I was talking to the librarian because we only have librarians certain days, for them at the facility.
Yeah, because they want to keep them stupid.
And
God forbid you had a librarian there every day. Them motherfuckers might
we
learn.
got a school. Oh man, we got to go to school on campus, court ordered. So they got to go to school, and they be fighting that shit. I'm like, nope, it's court ordered. You can't refuse school. Get your ass up out of this bed. Let's go.
You will be indoctrinated.
None of the. I was talking to the librarian. He was like, because they got a whole comic book section. Now the manga, they read the manga books, but the comics they don't really fuck with. He said, and I was like, and I told the librarian, I said, probably because they ain't been writing good stories. He said, oh really? Because I haven't read Marvel in a long time. I was like, no, that's probably. He said, so I was wondering why the kids don't check them out. They'll read some Miles Morales, but that's about it.
Because they're so used to looking at the MCU and they think that's canon and they think that's the total. Totally what comics
See,
are.
and this is right. This my mentality with Star Wars. I'm coming to it slower than I did with Marvel. This is where this mentality is coming from how they fucked up Marvel in a lot of ways.
And DC.
It's like you keep in Marvel and DC in the comic books, you keep regurgitating this shit so many different ways that it's almost impossible to remember the origin of this shit. And now, since the tail wags the dog, you got all this goofy shit infecting the original material. So it's all like kind of poison now. Mm-hmm. So that's what I was saying to you guys in my little fit of just like that outright. Y'all might not have even understood this, but that's depression about where geekdom is. That's what it is. It's depression.
That's
and
why
it's just reaching that grief stage of acceptance and understand this shit just gonna have to burn the fuck down.
Well, like I was saying, this is no country for old geeks.
No, yeah. I said that. No, it is not a country for old geeks. Not right now. But that's why I have to find my acceptance and my solace in it and understanding I have the original material. Mm-hmm. I'm one of these people who actually bought this shit. I didn't learn it because somebody told it to me. I didn't learn it because I watched a video. I learned it because I read it and I own it. All my shit ain't digital.
But
let me finish my point. All my shit is actually substance. I actually have it. I can go and touch it. I can take it out and read it again and refer to it. It won't be changed because it's not digital. So my experience with with this shit is real. It's not just through electrons. So that's why I get more in a fit about it and have to get to that point where I still have my original stuff. So I just have to be comfortable with that. Like the old man listened to his old 70s music. He don't like this new shit, but he loves his 70s shit. Well, that's who the fuck I am now. I like the original stuff. You can have whatever the fuck you're going to do with all the rest of this shit. I don't like it. I don't. But I'll keep what I have and that'll be it.
But we could tell them, say, wait a minute. What are you talking about? I was there. No. I know this. I remember when I was when I went back to school as this young kid, and he was talking about comics, and he said, I forgot who did Captain America, who the creators. I yelled out, Bill Finger and Jack Kirby.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, no. And I looked at him, right? And a couple of girls looked, and I said, for real? I said, bro, I said, look it up. I said, you know what? You don't got to look it up, but look it up. Google it. And he looked up. He said, oh, yeah, you're right, Malika. I said, and I looked at him and said, why wouldn't you take my word for it? I've been reading comics way before you were born. I'm about the same age as your father. And I knew that when I was 9 or 10 years old because I had the physical media in my hand and I could read creator of Captain America, Jack Kirby, and Bill Finger. My thing is, like how you said, we had the tactile stuff, but we were right there. We saw what it was. We can say, no. I was there when the movies came out. I was there when that happened. No, you can't do revisionist history, but the problem is when we have the proof and you can say, no, we can go back. I'll get you the issue. I'll get you this. I'll get you that. When we give you sight and verse stuff and you're like, oh, yeah, well, that was back in the day. That's the problem because it's back in the day.
Yeah, because the first thing they did with this generation is not. This is no offense to you, beastly nerd, because it ain't you. Obviously, it's not you because you hear it, right? But the first thing they did with that generation is get them to disregard anything that came before them. Old people are not to be listened to or not to be trusted. Some of my biggest arguments with Ford that I work with, my white son, was about shit I fucking knew. He didn't want to agree with it. You know what the first thing he did? Run the fucking Wikipedia or Google.
Wow.
To try to countermand no matter what it was I told him. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it unless it came out of Wikipedia. And I told him, I said, you know why you can't use Wikipedia as a credible source in any academic work you do? Because Wikipedia is created by users, which means I can go on Wikipedia and put in a definition of asshole and use your picture and it'll stay there. I can do that. I can manipulate that information. It's not checked. It's user created. So because it's user created, it can't be validated. It's not 100% accurate. So you can't use it. You have to use trusted sources like the original material or people with firsthand knowledge. If I bought this comic when it first came out, the first time it's ever been fucking printed, no reprint, no none of that. I read it. I opened the front cover. Right there on the first page, it says writer, creator, and all the rest of that shit in there. And I remember that shit 30 years from now. Nigga, you can't tell me shit about who made this. If I've read that, held it in my hand, saw those pages myself, and can tell you, okay, on page 13 of this, there's an advertisement for a Red Ryder BB gun. You couldn't tell me that. But I did, because I got the first-hand experience. You don't. So you can believe whatever the fuck you want to.
Yeah, I got the
original. You got somebody's story.
I got the original Avengers Alternate Visions comic, and it's got the freaking advertisement for Final Fantasy back when it came out on the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis. It ain't the one with Cloud. Final Fantasy VII, it's the original one.
Right. And that's because I'm up to that age of being an older geek and I was an avid reader. So I've read a lot of stuff. I've seen how many times these stories have changed up.
Exactly. We've all seen it.
Like just say in the last 20 years, how many reboots has DC went through? How many soft reboots has Marvel went through? Heroes Were Born, Heroes Return, Heroes Rebirth. DC was going through Acts of Vengeance. What was the other one? Not Axis or some shit like that, where everybody had versions of themselves and shit. What was DC going through? Crisis on Infinite Earth. New 52, like Rebirth, like motherfucker, really?
Yep.
How many different versions of the same characters now do you have? Who keeps up with all of that shit? If you only got to the comic at New 52, you wouldn't know what the fuck somebody was talking about. And since they train you not to go back and do your research, go back to history, because history is his story. It's not really true. Bullshit. Not for everything. Some shit is referenceable if you actually have the original content. It is, because it can't be changed. So if you got on that new 52, you wouldn't know what the fuck somebody was talking about how Nightwing really was. You mean he wasn't into parkour? Parkour wasn't even invented when they made Nightwing, nigga. Like, oh my God. Shut up. It's like sitting in the movie theater when I went to see Green Lantern and listening to two black kids argue about why Ryan Reynolds is up there playing Hal Jordan at the first Green Lantern was John Stewart. Like,
Well, remember when you made that statement and I was still,
yeah, let me just watch this fucking movie. Let me just watch this fucking movie and tune them out and not give them a fucking education. Yeah, they two black boys, but you know, fuck y'all. Let me just not go off and just watch this fucking movie. Let me just watch
this. This is me.
No, John Stewart is cool, but he wasn't the first Green Lantern. Alan Scott would have something to say about that, okay?
Exactly.
But I know that they don't because they grew up on television. They didn't grow up on reading goddamn books. And that's the problem. You always arguing with people who don't know the original material.
And who don't want to research.
And don't want to research or listen to somebody who knows the original material. Leslie Headland, Dave Filoni, KK.
TLDR, too long, didn't read.
Yeah, too long, didn't read because it went over 2 bullet points, right?
Or TLDA, too lazy dumbass.
Too lazy, yeah. Too lazy. Too long, didn't read. Fuck you. This is the generation whose biggest mode of communicating with each other are fucking TikTok videos. How long is a TikTok video? 30 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
Show attention span.
Attention span like that.
That's the attention span. Yeah. The attention span is the lifespan of a fly fucking. Like, that's too short, dude. Life is too long for you to have your attention span that short. That means you constantly need something happening for you to fucking get it. So they watched this 3rd episode. They might have thought that shit was lit. I don't know because I ain't heard none of them watch the shit.
And then they wonder why so many of them.
That's what everybody trying to say. Oh no, our new fans love it. What new fans? Where they at? I ain't seen them do a video. I saw 2 positive reviews of this show. You know what I know about both of those people? One of them got to sit down with Leslie Headland. So they called him in directly so he could sit down and be in this group to watch these episodes and talk to her about it. I mean, you bought and paid for, motherfucker.
Exactly.
Your opinion don't matter for shit. Not really. The other dude, he sounded like he was reading from their press script. I'm like, where'd you get your stuff from? And you've only been here how long? What, a year? Are you up to this number? How? Sound like a plant. But whatever. You know, YouTube's a big place. It's a big place.
Well, of course, why do you think they wouldn't have plants everywhere? Of course, they need to do that.
But that was the only 2 I've seen. And tell you, I've been watching reviews since Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Since Wednesday, I've been watching reviews. I'm looking for the positive ones. They are not bubbling up in the algorithm. They're not bubbling.
And the thing is,
the one I found who's a big YouTuber got to sit down with this bitch. So I don't think he was going to sit there and show all the video of him sitting there. Oh, yeah. And say, yeah, this was garbage, nigga. No. Get the fucking keys pulled out. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're going to need that back from you. No credit.
And refund that check we deposited.
Yeah, exactly. Stop payment. Lawyers, he owes us money.
Here's the funny thing with Rainfire. He said, when New 52 came out, right? That's when I was in prison for 2 years, right? And we would get comics in the library up in prison 5, maybe 6 months later. And that's when I said, oh snap. Jim Lee, he's the editor-in-chief there. I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at the comics that I'll get there, right? And like the guy knew me when I come in the library. He's like, M, what's wrong? Rebane, what's wrong? I said, they fucked up my comics.
That shit hurt, didn't it? Felt like breaking out. Like, boy, I'm about to Shawshank this motherfucker to go get them about my comics.
They totally did. I said, the New 52, I said, all right. But then I talked to a couple of white guys. They said, hold on. Yeah. I said, why they fuck up DC Comics with New 52. He says, I don't know. He says, only certain comics that are doing well. They told me, they said Batman was well.
Batman. You can sell Batman.
They said Aquaman was all right. But they said what's shitty is the Titans. I mean, we could go in for a whole stream to talk about. I was like, what the hell?
Fucked up Supergirl.
But when I got out of prison and I went to a comic book store and I was talking to a guy, and the guy just had a look of a sad pup on his face. He said, you know how much money they lost from New 52? And he told me, I was like, oh my God. And he said, and they had they had to totally revamp everything. But that's when he told me, he said, you know, later on they have this thing called supposedly Rebirth is supposed to come out. And then all of a sudden,
you fix it.
A year later in the summer, that's when Rebirth came out. I was like, damn, like how you said, how many soft or hard revisions we're gonna do? And they had to do it. They had to set everything straight. I was just like, wow.
Yeah, that's why you understand, if you've been around comics any length of time or reading them for any length of time, you understand any change they make is probably only going to last a year and a day, maybe a year, because they will get them numbers back really quickly on if that shit is working or if it's failing. And if it's failing and they can't sell them books, they will be turning that shit back as quick as they can.
Oh yeah.
So that's why you have these reboots that end up being soft reboots. They got to change something up. The character was getting stale. We wanted to try this new thing. Okay, you tried it. How'd it work? Numbers are in the toilet. Switch it back. How we gonna do that? I don't give a fuck. Just switch it back.
Oh, wait, no, hold on, Artisan.
I don't care how you do it. Just do it.
We know how DC gonna do it. A crisis. Anytime they got a crisis,
another crisis. Another summer crossover.
Yeah.
I say, here we go. I said, what they just did, the Dark Crisis. I was like, oh shit, here we go. They're gonna reset everything again. We just have the crisis with Wally West? Like, what the fuck? We got a new crisis happening?
Yes.
Well, look like we did doing with the X-Men. Because who was the guy that was writing for X-Men? The Krakoa era is over. Now they got to reboot the whole X-Men, which is going to lead into the rest of the Marvel universe. I'm like, really?
Well, that was ending that Krakoa shit was what was killing X-Men comics.
Yeah.
So they had to try to get it back closer to formula, because that's all they've been doing for this time, is trying to get it back to formula, to get X-Men back to being the book that you can sell 15 different titles with an X on it.
Exactly.
Because that shit was dying because of that. It was. Yeah, it was interesting, but that shit was not. That shit was killing X-Men sales because of all that LGBT shit they was doing in it. It wasn't that shit wasn't selling like that. I told you, I really wish I had this dude's number, but it was in the computer at the shop, William. So I can call William and ask him what he thought of this shit, because William was my pencil neck white boy gay dude. Outside of the other two dudes that was a grown men, they had to be in their 50s already. It was two different couples, a grown gay white men that bought comics in that shop. Cool as shit, right? Professional jobs and everything. I want to know what they thought of this shit. I really want to know what they thought of this shit. If the shop was open, I'd be looking for their ass to come in like, nigga, they got my check. Where they at? I'd be waiting for them to come in, because I'm like, I gotta know. What did you think? I gotta know. I got to fucking know. Because that would be the teller. Old homosexual men, old Caucasian homosexual men, and a young homosexual man in this millennial group. I'd love to know from that spectrum what they thought of this goddamn show. Did they feel represented? Did they feel included? I bet they didn't. You know why? Because we've talked about other shit that these comic books have done, trying to pander to them that they didn't like and they wasn't buying. They didn't like shit like that. They didn't. Like I said, I don't talk out of my ass. I know people. They don't like shit like this. They don't. So all that flag rapping they trying to do with this show is like, man, that's their human shield. They trying to get you to support this shit.
Well, remember a couple of years ago, they tried to do that with DC, the all-inclusion wave. Remember they came out with the all-inclusion book where they were trying to pander to the LGBTQ, where they were saying, okay, Tim Drake,
Oh,
latest Superboy, Poison Ivy,
and Harley
Mary
Quinn.
Marvel,
Mm-hmm.
Harley Quinn. These are your LGBTQ heroes and anti-heroes. And
Yeah, when they were doing that shit.
and they had, remember, like you said, when you had the shop, the cover with Superboy kissing his boyfriend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
that young gay dude, he bought one of those covers.
mhm.
And he was the one who told me about he didn't care for the rest of them. He didn't care for the rest of that shit because it seemed gratuitous to him.
Mm.
Seemed gratuitous. He's reading it because he wanted to read it. He likes Superman. If he was gay, okay, I'll read the gay Superman to see what it's about. Wasn't liking that shit. He didn't want to buy 5 covers of that shit. No, he just wanted one. That was it, and he good. Rest of that shit can go away. He didn't care. Well, them niggas need to be heard. Reboot Star Wars. Star Wars it doesn't really need a reboot. And rebooting Star Wars is very easy. To me, it's very easy. I told y'all before how to reboot. My idea for rebooting 7, 8, and 9 was just to have Kylo Ren waking up with Luke Skywalker standing there with a lightsaber and say he had a bad dream. And Luke was like, tell me about it. And it never happened. It was all a dream in Kylo's head, and that was the end of that 7, 8, 9 shit. You never have to go forward with it. It's all head canon thrown away, right? And you just go.
Bobby Ewing from Dallas.
Yeah, he woke up from a dream.
When Victoria Principal wakes up, she sees Bobby Ewing in the shower.
Yep.
Or was it the scene from Newhart where Bob Newhart wakes up for the last episode and he's in the bed with Suzanne Plachette and he's like, oh my God, this had the worst dream that you weren't my wife. I had another wife and we had this inn in upstate New York and we had the most annoying people in this town. You know what? You should wear sweaters more often. And then, it just became that. But that, I would love to see that. If we had mind control, we could do that. Oh, we would totally.
But it would actually, canon-wise, it could exist in there because you only take what's already been established that Luke had a temple. His nephew was his student, and his nephew was having fitful dreams because he was fighting with the dark side, right? Mm-hmm. There is a such thing as flow walking in continuity, at least EU, right? Or legacy, for people strong in the Force. Luke did it all the fucking time. That's how Luke knew who Cade Skywalker was, because he flow walked into the future and met him. Talk to him. So it's something that can be done. Jedis, especially people in the Skywalker line, have some pretty strong Force powers. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that Ben Solo would be having these goddamn dreams. Anakin was having dreams, seeing his mother killed his friends. Luke was having dreams about his friends getting tortured and shit. It wouldn't be that much of a stretch. But if you do it that way, you wipe away the movies without having to say they never happened. We're just going a different way. And you can call the next movie 7A, 8A, and 8B and 9B if you want to. It don't matter. It's an alternate timeline. You just introduce the world between worlds, right? Okay, the audience will get that shit. It's just a different timeline. It didn't happen that way, actually.
Star Wars alternate visions.
Yeah.
And here's the thing.
Just take it forward in a different direction.
And it would fit right in with this generation because you guys love revisionist history.
Which nephew? I'm talking about the movies, Jay Will. So in the movies, Luke's nephew is Ben Solo. Right? In the books, he has 2 nephews, Anakin and Jason. Both are dead. Anakin being the younger one, Jason being the older with his twin, Jania. Yeah. And Jania killed her brother. See, twins. Because Skywalker line always births twins. Always. And it's usually a male and a female because that is balance in the Force.
Say
not
that
two
again.
girls. You
Say
know
that
me.
again.
I'm all about balance. And a
But
boy and a male and a female, because that's about balance in the force.
and
Cosmic primal nature has to have balance. You have to have a positive and a negative.
yes,
The socket,
the dark.
the plug, and the receptor. It's
yes.
just somebody got to give, somebody got to receive. That's just the way the shit work. Okay. You can get friction. You can get a friction burn from rubbing the same ends together, but you can't have two magnetic poles of being the same charge attract each other. It ain't working, nigga. You just getting friction. You fighting to put them together. You don't believe me? Play with a couple of magnets and you'll figure it out.
Because here's the smart thing George
Beastly
understood.
nerd
Even if
laugh. Shit, that was a nerd laugh. Like it's a physics laugh.
Because even if one does not make it, the other will still be a carrier of the gene.
Mm-hmm.
It will
Yeah,
still pass on. The legacy and lineage will still pass on, either it's a man or a woman.
Yeah, force friction, super friction. That was one of Superman's lesser known powers. Super friction. And I'm not lying. That's a real thing. Look it up. Super friction. He broke out of a jail cell using super friction. And what did he do? Rub the bars real hard at super speed. I'm like, nigga, that's just friction. Super friction. Superman did it. Had to be super, right? Sorry, I meant without sex being involved. Autocorrect. What are you talking about? Rainfire. Harley and Ivy. It was always in the comics like they were kind of real close, but this is what I mean by the eye that alters all. This whole thing with gayness having to be forced in everybody's face. The first thing they came down to was shaming you that you can't have two close guy friends because two close guy friends is now called what? What's the term? Modern age term for it, Beastly?
A bro, was it a bro?
Bromance.
Bromance, yeah.
That's how they shame men about being close to other men, right? Now, you can't have two girls doing it, but since the world is, or at least the Western countries have been feminized, yeah, you can have two girls close together, but they got to be lesbians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's my girl.
My best.
That's why you can get silly shit like this. Since nobody ain't donated, I'll play it again. That's why you can get silly shit like this.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of...
You see two women sitting in a dance studio grinding on each other like they fucking. And that's not supposed to be gay. That's what you get. You can get shit like that. They ain't getting shamed, are they? You got a whole class. If you watch that whole clip of that video, this woman got her hands in the woman's cooch teaching her how to move. I'm like, how is she not getting off on that? Look, I know
Guys
a little bit.
can't get away with that. If a man had his hand on a man's crotch like that, be like, whoa, what the fuck?
What the fuck you doing?
And if a guy's backing it up, like, what the hell?
No, I'm gonna teach you. No, you gotta arch your back a little bit more. So you thrust. When you thrust, you go deep, and then you pull out. Like, hey, nigga, what you doing? Dude, you can't stand close. You can't stand close to your homeboy on a spot. If he on the bench, nigga, you can't stand that damn close. Like, nigga, get the nuts out.
Look, I just had this conversation today in the unit with the kid with the boys. They said, "Oh man, such and such taught me how to do the one-arm cowboy." And I said, "Hold up, pause, player." I said, "Think about what you just told me. Another man taught you how to stroke." He said, "No, I didn't mean it like that. How can I say this and it don't?" I said, "There's nothing you can say that's not gonna make this shit sound gay. You just said another man taught you how to stroke. Stop talking about it."
Exactly.
I made a joke about that to somebody else about teaching kids or how does your child learn how to have sex? Do you tell them how to have sex? No, you don't. You know why? Because I'm a father. I would not teach my son how to stroke. How would I teach him how to stroke? By him watching me fuck his mama? No, it's not gonna happen.
I'm not
gonna
the conversation.
I'm not gonna sit down and watch porn with them because I don't. For me, I think porn is a private thing. That's nothing you do in groups. But y'all generation do that shit in groups. I'm like, that sounds pretty fucking suspect to me. I'm like, no, nigga. Well, I need to be around a bunch of dudes with a heart on.
That's abuse.
Don't work for me. Right? But I also couldn't do the same thing for my daughter. I couldn't tell my daughter how to sit on and ride a dick. No, baby, when you get on it, you got to pop that shit. You got to pop it like you're riding a motorcycle, like Boba Fett teaching them how to ride the thing, like a bantha. No, no, I never would. And if you saw me doing that on a video, motherfuckers would be outraged about that. They'd be outraged. No, you got to suck a dick like this, baby. No, you don't learn that shit. That's nothing somebody teach you. You got to figure that shit out on your own. Watch some porn. Pick up some tips, watch some game films, porn, and then figure out what works for you.
He said that, and that was a conversation. I was like, and I said, no, ain't another man finna teach you. I said, you gotta learn how to stroke on your own, player. That's on you.
You gotta learn how to stroke on your own, player.
You gotta work
want to figure it out. Strategy. Get your ass out on the dance floor and learn how to move your hips a little bit.
You gotta come up with your own superhero moves, player. I'm not finna teach you how to do that shit.
Be your own self-taught superhero. I mean, porn is there to give. I always use porn as like reference films. Like I grew up on documentaries and National Geographic encyclopedias and shit. There's books you can read because I fucked a professor up yesterday telling her about one of these comedians' jokes, and I'll tell you all this because it's funny as shit. Right? There's a book called Sexual Reflexology, right? Written by some Chinese dude, right? My cousin told me about this shit.
Yep.
Right. And I was telling her about being able to tell how deep her canal was and how deep or wide her opening was. And I said, you could do this with most people because you just look at this area right here.
Yep, that is true.
That's it. You can look at a woman in the face and tell, like, yeah,
that is true.
I will break you. Like, what are you talking about? Well, you got some little ass lips.
Oh, yeah, you talking about that. I just watched a video about that. I know
just how wide my nose is and how thin your lips is together. I can crush you. Let me see your hand. Like, yeah, nah, baby girl. We can't.
It's over, son. It's over. Hospital.
It's over. You ain't ready for the big leagues. What you talking about? Read a book. There's videos, there's books on all kinds of shit. I will read anything. I will read technical manuals because I like information. I like knowing shit. Like I said, my head ain't big because it's empty. I fill it with stuff. I'm one of these people who really want to understand how much you could actually pack into the human brain, because it always made me interested to find out that when you die, you've never actually used 50% of what your brain's capable of.
Yep.
So I'm like, well, how do you get to that higher level? You only use 25%? What the fuck, man? Well, maybe it is superpowers locked in that shit. I want to see if I can crack that door open a little bit. I'll fill it with information. It may seem useless, but to me, information is just a key for a door you ain't found yet. Because some of the information that I thought was people were telling me was useless when I was younger is shit that get me in the rooms talking to people that they can't talk to. Why? Because no shit, you don't fucking know. You thought it was useless. It wasn't useless when it came to talking to these type of people because they know that shit too. So now we can relate and have an actual conversation like, oh, you a little different. I'm a lot different, motherfucker. You just don't know. But we can have this conversation now. That's what information in books is good for. But anyway, telling Professor about that shit, that's what I told her. She hadn't heard that shit before. Like, the fuck? I was like, yeah, let me see your hand. Like, see? And this right here and this? Nah, it's going to be painful. The comedian was talking about the same shit. Because she said she went to her gynecologist, and this was a little Latina Jewish chick with a stutter. It was funny as fuck. She worked it into her act. She was cute. She could have got it, right? Little marshmallow chick. I don't know. I got a real proclivities. Big nose, nice hair. Her hair was looking really fly. Little titties and short. I was like, a little marshmallow. We can make a little s'more. You like to build a snowman, like, whatever. But she's talking about her gynecologist told her that she had a long vagina. She didn't understand what that meant. I said, of course you do. I can see your fucking nose. I can see your nose in the space of your lips. Yeah, you got a long one. You good for brothers. You're good for silent running, baby girl. Like, Professor didn't get that shit. I had to
Ebony
explain it to her.
and Ivory.
This is why you always look, especially women, you always look them in the face. Because if you know some things, you'll find out certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Long ass fingers, little fat, chubby fingers, weak chins, and shit like that. All that shit is information that you put into your memory bank, and then you can talk to them and actually figure out some shit. Like understanding or seeing an eye dilation and understanding what that means.
Mm-hmm.
See color changes in their face. Like, this bitch turned on.
Mm-hmm.
And I smell pheromones.
I said,
You know, her pheromones kicking off. So she turned on by this shit. You want another drink?
that's
Let's
one
get
thing I had learned when I started
Let's
smoking.
get out of here.
Weird.
You don't want to be here no more. Let's go. What are you talking about? You so crazy. I ain't fucking crazy at all. I'm sane as shit. I can do some crazy shit though. What? Let's find out. Let's find out. This ain't this ain't a freak speak. This is just information.
No, it is. It's true.
And yeah, Jay Will, porn is a game tape. That's all I looked at it for. I looked at it as reference material because look, my mother, I wasn't gonna talk to my mother about sexual positions. Are you fucking crazy? It's a black single mother. She don't ever want your son to have sex. Your millennial generation, you want your kids to be homosexual other than having a girlfriend. That's what they're more afraid of. They're more afraid of him getting the chick pregnant, so they'll keep him away from chicks. But if his homeboy wants to suck him off, they'd be fine with that. I'm like, that is fucking nuts. What are you talking about? That is crazy. Like, you had him from fucking a dude. What, you don't want him to have what you had? That makes no sense to me. But porn, they do all kinds of positions and all kind of weird shit. Well, I don't know every position. And when I was younger and all the shit wasn't available on the internet because it wasn't a thing, you wasn't going in the headlines or anything like that and finding these books all the time. You got to learn some shit some kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
Magazines, movies.
I'll give you two.
Damn, how do you do it like that? How that shit work? Oh, so you put her leg this way and push down. Oh, is that how that? Okay. Froggy style.
I remember in my late teens, two female porn stars, Kitten and Debbie Diamond, and I'm watching. I'm like, I'm seeing them going down on them. I say, you can do that? You can slurp that shit up like spaghetti and soup?
You learn things. You learn.
I said, wow.
This might get too graphic, but yeah,
I
you
said,
can learn.
wait a minute. Why is she smacking her? Oh my God. And I said, and then when I tried it, and I was like, oh, okay, I like this shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Mr. Donnie Mac. I saw you donated in the chat. I appreciate that for supporting the stream. I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you, Donnie Mac.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
That show is queued up on Disney Plus.
I'm getting y'all more views, motherfucking Disney.
I'm gonna watch episode 3.
Man, watch that shit. Have a drink. Don't take it seriously. You'll laugh your fucking ass off. If you're not laughing by the time fire sets rock on fire, sets a fucking mountain on fire, you ain't drunk enough. You ain't drunk enough to laugh at that shit.
I'm gonna watch it after. I'm gonna watch it right before Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon.
I don't advocate smoking weed, but watch this shit high. You will laugh your ass off. You will laugh your ass off. If this was in the theater, it would be smoked out. It would be smoked out watching this shit. Because nobody can take this shit that damn serious. You can't. It's too stupid. Like, this is a Star Wars movie? Get the fuck out of here. This ain't Star Wars. Whose parody movie is this?
Like one of the
like
Wayans brothers.
Like the old Star Wars Christmas special that came out in the 70s.
No shit, dude. According to who was it I was listening to? I think it was the Geeks and Gamers crew. According to their numbers, this shit got less ratings than the Christmas special.
Wow.
And this is in the generation of fucking streaming. Are you shitting me? It's more people with a television in their face than it was back in the 70s. And it has lower numbers than the Christmas special. Boy, you making garbage classic. You making some garbage work classic. Holy shit. Yeah, Sharknado probably beating this motherfucker for views, dude. Sharknado was written better than it is, and Sharknado was stupid on the face of it. But you know what? I think they made 3 of them motherfucking movies, and they hilarious to watch.
5.
I remember my boy Chris told me about Sharknado, like Sharknado. And Chris is a smart dude. He's a fucking chemist, right? Worked for a pharmaceutical company. He told me about that shit. He said, you should watch it. It's funny. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Why are you watching this, man? You got way too many brain cells to be watching this dumb shit. No, sharks got wrapped up in a hurricane. Get the flying around. Like, how are they surviving? They're out the water. Suspension of disbelief. It's a fucking movie. Whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
It's dumb fun.
I'm supposed to believe that a motherfucker jump into a shark with a chainsaw, cut the chainsaw in half, and save the girl that got ate 20 minutes ago, and she's still alive. I was like,
yeah, they ain't digesting it, they ain't chomp her up. You know, she's just sitting in the belly, she's just chilling. Like she got eaten by a kaiju or some shit. Like, no, I'm just gonna be here until somebody saves me. And plot holes big enough to fly a Star Destroyer through. Yeah, you can't take it seriously. I told y'all, watching it, I was taking the episode really fucking serious. I was sitting there earnestly watching the shit. But after watching it and then reviewing it, I realized you can't take this shit seriously. You can't watch this seriously because it makes no goddamn sense anyway. But you focusing way too much positive mental energy on it when they didn't do that to create it. You put more thought into it than they did. And they've been working on this shit for 4 years. Like, these people, 4 years, and this is what you got? This is what made it to the page, filmed and put on the screen in front of people? You shouldn't have a job. I mean, really, how much higher can you fail upwards? I mean, come on, man.
Archie, you know this is the chick fucking cutting off your damn game system when you're in the middle of a winning game. That's this shit. This is deleting your 2K player.
See, that's different because I'm gonna say something. I don't believe in violence against women and shit. I don't. Look, keep your hands to yourself. You'll be all right, right? And that goes for both parties. But some shit like that. Look, what did the white boy tell me that I was working with in Moran? He said his daddy told him this shit. You can't hit a woman, but you can smack a bitch. Turning off your game with all your saved information. Oh, she probably was just saying, nigga. Some people do shit. If you can't smack it, call your sister or your cousin. And like they rearrange the furniture in the front of her mouth. What's wrong with you?
Or get a hitman.
Look. My sister is crazy as shit. I did want my sister to go to my old job and beat that bitch ass at my job. I really did. I didn't do it because my sister don't need to be in no more trouble. But she would have did that shit because my sister nutty enough to do that. So, I mean, go in there. This is that fat bitch right here. Go in there and whoop her ass for me. Because she already suggested. I say, nah, sis, I don't want to do that shit. I go in there and beat a bitch ass. I know you will. It's cool. Let that bitch live. But that's me trying to be thinking about my sister, right? If I was one of the motherfuckers like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll bail you out. Whoop that bitch ass.
I got your attorney on.
And get the video if you can. Because I want to enjoy that shit. I want to eat popcorn and enjoy that shit.
While you listen to Power of One, the two,
yeah, exactly. Power of one, power of two, the power of money. Whoop her ass. Whoop her ass. Like fuck you. That's. I mean, I'm thinking of it in reverse, right? A bitch ass chick will get into an argument with you and then want to call her brother, her cousin, somebody to come whoop your ass, right? Okay, so what's the inverse of that? Well, as a dude, she get to talking shit. I just call one of my female cousins to come kick her ass. It's the same shit, right? Should be okay. It's another woman kicking your bitch ass. Yeah, work with it. Work
Y'all
with it.
want equality?
I just need a hitter. I just need a hitter. That's all it is. I just need somebody on standby.
But you know what? You know what's just fucked up? They're making a mockery out of George Lucas's dream and his legacy with this bullshit.
Mhm.
And that's what pisses me the fuck off. I'm like, and as a man, it's like, no, I said, here's a funny thing. For being a black kid who was a nerd growing up, who was an only child, and seeing George Lucas's vision, and you're connecting to it, but also it wasn't just seeing that you saw unique different races, but at the same time, he's teaching me about what a man has to go through in a journey. He's taught me, the greatest lesson that you always don't win. Empire Strikes Back. He's teaching you a lesson of it's not always about you. You're putting things ahead, but what are you really fighting about? Like, and it took me 20 years to understand when he's in that cave in the Dagobah system. Why did the face mask explode and it was him? I was like, oh, it's an allegory for that he's fighting the enemy within. Now, mind you, I could not understand that when I'm 10 years old seeing it, and I keep seeing it on TV. I had the video cassettes, I had the DVDs, and then I just looked at all 6 one weekend. And then I put my hand over my mouth. I'm like, oh shit.
I got it. Right.
And I called my best friend up and I said, I finally get. He said, get what? Empire Strikes Back, when he goes in the cave, blah, 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 blah. He's fighting the enemy within. He's like, you didn't know that? I said, dude, I didn't understand that until now. And he says, well, that's sometimes it has to take like that.
Mhm.
And I said, wow. And I was like, thank you, George. And but you feel that enlightenment because of he's not trying to tell it to you right away. But at that back in time when Yoda's telling him, you gotta learn. He's not saying don't go. Well, he's saying don't go, but he says, no, you gotta learn, you gotta go your own path.
Mhm.
Instead of Rey going into her cave where it looks like a doggone
The
like
house
she's in
of
Coney
mirrors.
Island. Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
she in the fun house. Like, what the fuck? She went to fun
Like,
house.
was she on Coney Island somewhere? Was she at Great Adventure? What the heck? I mean, and I'm just like, oh God. And it's just
Well, let me get to these couple of comments real quick. Shout out to Rainfire. Rainfire said, I found a study on the Kama Sutra translated from German into a library when I was 11. That's the time. That's the explorational time, 8 to 12. Years later, it came in handy. My first time never knew she was my first time. My first time never knew it was my first time either. She still don't believe that shit. She don't. I'm like, no, you was too experienced. I'm like, how the fuck would you know? View version. How the fuck would you know? She don't believe me. She don't believe me. I was like, shit, I studied up for this test, motherfucker. I passed. Right? But that's what it is. There's a lot of material out there. Like, what's the classic book from the 70s? The Joy of Sex. Find all kind of shit in there. All kind of shit. The Kama Sutra, the tantric shit that not Ron. It's not Ron. I'm messing up his name right now.
Rom Wills.
Rom. Thank you. Sorry, Rom. I'm a sub. I apologize for that shit. I just had a brain fart halfway through speaking. Ron Wills, know about that tantric shit and stuff like that. It's a lot of information out there, dude. Your sex game ain't got to be trash. You just have to learn. Just like riding a bike, like being good at your job or learning how to talk shit while you playing dominoes. You just learn. You work at that shit. So yeah, my first time didn't know it was my first time either. They never believe that shit. I'll pull some shit out on you. You don't know what the fuck I got it from. I ain't telling you either. Aquateki said Leslie Helen wanted to do Knights of the Old Republic. Get the fuck out of here. For the love of God, I would put hands on whoever green lights that. Well, you know who KK is, right? She'd be the one trying to green light that. But what I heard from another channel was that shit is all canceled for Leslie Headland. She got fired off a bunch of projects because, believe it or not, they was lining her up for some projects in the Marvel universe too. Like they need that help. They need that help, right? Y'all motherfuckers need to quit. Y'all, we need to clean house. Somebody need to go through there. Sport Goofy. Somebody need to go through there and start cleaning out the Magic Kingdom because y'all got way too many idiots in the same spot. Way too many. First episode had Trinity fighting female John Wick. Make that make sense. No, see, here's the funny part. This is why I wanted to get to this comment. If you realize in these 3 episodes, every notable actor that's in this shit, they have a parody of what they're known for in this. Right? So that first episode, you got Carrie Ann Moss, right? Everybody liked Carrie Ann Moss. Most of us call her Trinity, right? You didn't see, what was it, the show she was on back in the 90s, Models Inc. and shit like that. You don't know nothing about that. You know her as Trinity, okay? She became a crush for a lot of young boys in the 2000s because she was in that leather and shit like that. Like Trinity, thick as fuck. Trinity, skinny as shit. But she's Trinity. She is Trinity. She is the closest young motherfuckers will get to Aeon Flux. Outside of Charlize Theron, right? Because that wasn't even the Aeon Flux movie. But, okay, you got Trinity in this movie acting like Neo. That's what you got. You got Carrie Ann Moss acting like Keanu Reeves in the Matrix movie. You're getting to do that jumping and all the rest of that shit. That's all it was, right? Now, the other character, the character that's playing Master Tobin, right? I didn't even recognize that dude, that he was Tomlin from Game of Thrones. I didn't even recognize that was who he was. I didn't recognize that actor. I was like, oh, shit. Well, what did you have in this? He got to do the same thing he got to do in Game of Thrones. Kill himself. In Game of Thrones, he fell out a fucking window to his death because his mama blew up the set, and he was like, this bitch is crazy. And in this one, this bitch is crazy. I'll drink this shit. I feel guilty. He got to kill himself twice. Twice. The same actor. This is not creative work. If you want to tell me that Head Cheese wrote this, she wrote that shit after watching Game of Thrones. So she gave the character the same death he had in Game of Thrones. He killed himself. The same actor? Did you cast him for this? That's so fucking stupid. Like, bruh, this must have been the easiest check to collect. It must have been. I'm like, they had to have an extra call that I missed out here in California. I must have missed that shit. Because this has to be the easiest check to grab. It had to be. Like, yeah, what you want me to do? Just show up and die? Fuck it. I'll show up and die.
I'll show up and die. Yeah, it's the easiest.
Yeah, fuck it. How much you paying me? How much you want for it? 15 mil. Fuck with me. Like, fuck with me. You know who I am? I'm Tomlin on Game of Thrones, bitch. I don't need to be on your show. Be looking for another role on House of the Dragon. Like, shit. Nah, she cut that game off, and in the middle and streak on Call of Duty, there's going to be some furniture moving. There's going to be some violence, dude. You don't do shit like that. I watched a video where a dude was showing that a chick had did that to his shit. Like, she recorded herself doing it. You don't understand. You do not understand. If you're not a gamer, you don't understand. And a gamer is a male or female. You cannot pour that much time into one thing and have somebody else come along and destroy it. you will get yourself hurt.
Yeah.
Fucking
If-
hurt. No questions asked. If you don't get hurt, you should consider yourself lucky. There is no way in hell. This dude, the video I saw, this dude had gained rank in that shit or something like that. He was some high level shit. Came home and the girlfriend had broke his system and all, he wiped his information and shit. I'm like, that bitch better move quick. She better leave.
Bro, I
She
just
better
seen a
leave.
clip.
She gonna end up on the. She gonna end up on the news. She gonna end up on the goddamn news. It is not gonna be a pretty sight either.
I just
You
seen a
don't do
clip
that.
of a chick breaking a dude's fucking Gundam figurines that he had in a glass case and all set up and everything. She came home and the cry that this man was like a 5-year-old, like when you get hit really hard and it's like, oh, I felt that. I was like, bro, I'd have killed this bitch. I said, I ain't gonna even lie to you. I said, bro, I feel you, bro. He was on the floor just bawling.
Look, this is the thing. If you want to understand how egregious that shit is, you're seeing it in Star Wars right now. It's the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
Women, certain types of women, because it's not all of them, but certain types of women hate that you love something because they don't. They don't have anything they can be that invested in. So they are jealous and they hate it that you are. Because understand, her breaking up his Gundam like that, his Gundam sitting in a glass case like that, he probably, the way you're describing it sounds like one of them expensive one, like 1/110 scale or some shit like that. One of them $300,000-$400,000 ones and $1,000 ones. She broke that shit because he poured that much money, that much attention, that much love into that shit. She felt jealous of that inanimate object because he didn't pour all of that into me. Wasted all this money. He could have spent that shit on me, which is a waste of goddamn money. And her view in doing something about that was to destroy it, to get back at him for pouring all that attention and love into something else other than her. Get away from her, because you're probably gonna kill her. That is not. There are certain type of women out there like that. What you're seeing in Star Wars to me is the same thing. Kathleen Kennedy looking at George Lucas's Gundam he built and setting that shit on fire and breaking it as much as he can and calling her girlfriends over to join in on the destruction.
And Simba forces too.
Same shit. It's the same mentality. They only want to destroy it because you like it. If you didn't like it, they wouldn't give a shit.
Exactly.
Ain't nobody trying to destroy Barbie.
Nope.
Ain't nobody trying to destroy the Teletubbies. None of this other new age shit that's out here that nobody cares about. They ain't trying to destroy none of that shit. The only thing they're trying to destroy is the stuff that's 40 to 50 years old, created by dudes, and became the most successful stuff you could ever see. That's what they're trying to destroy.
Because it's male-centric and male-centered.
It ain't male-centric. It's just male-created. That's it. Look, I shouldn't even say this shit out loud because I don't want them to do it. But Octavia Butler wrote a bunch of goddamn books. Black woman, kind of queer. Big black woman, kind of queer. She wrote a bunch of books with black women lead protagonists. Why ain't they making that shit? It's owned by Warner Brothers. Why aren't they making it? Because they ain't interested in making that shit. They only interested in destroying the shit men like. That's it. That's all. If you like, the more you like it, the more they want to go after it. So you can focus some attention on them. That's why these goofy bitches is loving all this negative press. Because they just want attention. They attention starved.
You hear what I said? Wakanda forever for anybody?
Dude, watch it. What did you think that whole chanting scene was? It was Wakanda forever to me. If you watched it on Patreon, you hear me say like, "Oh, we in Wakanda now." I heard that shit. The power of one. I was like, "Oh, here we go. We got the throat gang." in Wakanda. They all wearing purple too, right? Oh my fucking god. Nothing is original for these fucking people. Nothing. Nothing of this is original. But you're supposed to praise them. And the more you talk shit about them and hate them, the more they feel empowered. Why? Because they ugly bitches who wanted attention. And the only way they can get attention now is fucking up the shit you like. That'll get your attention. Because you didn't pay him no attention beforehand. George had me getting coffee. Apparently that's all you was
better than no attention.
Uh-huh. Dysfunction.
Yes.
It's not a word thrown around lightly. No, it's your behavior shows that you are very dysfunctional. You need some therapy. Long trip on a short couch. Sit down and get your feelings out. Nobody needed to give you $180 million for that. Your therapy wouldn't even cost that much. Wouldn't even cost that much. Sit your ass. There's plenty of therapists in California, in the Bay Area. You can even find one that's queer. They'll talk to you. But you're going to have to work out your issues. You should have been working out your issues somewhere else instead of in this goddamn show. That was not the move. Trust me, nobody else wanted to know your business, and now we know too much. And now that you told us all this shit, now we got some opinions to make.
Mm-hmm.
That's your fault. Jay Will said the lightsaber fighting in the sequel trilogy was god awful. In the sequel trilogy, yeah, because they're fucking hell. They're swinging baseball bats or mop handles. That's it. They're swinging mop sticks. Everybody can just swing it like a baseball bat. No skill, no style, none of that shit. But okay, I guess it's just wrong to have a fight coordinator now, right? The only one I thought looked decent was Last Jedi when they were fighting Snoke's dudes. That was kind of interesting. But it's only interesting in the sense that seeing how Rey fights, which I've said this, JT and Chris from the Fracture Boys, we talked about this before. It made more sense for Rey to have a lightsaber staff since she was more comfortable with using a staff than it did giving her a lightsaber because she just swung it like a stick. But Kylo, his stance and position, leaning forward and stuff like that, having the blade back and having a blade with a crossguard was interesting. The comparison of those two things together was interesting. But most of the fight scenes was trash. It's like some bullshit. Beastly made it back. So yeah, I agree with you. It was god awful. It was some decent ones in there, but it was god awful. They just swinging sticks. That's you and your brother or your girl cousin out in the backyard with two broken mops and sticks swinging it at each other, seeing who knuckles about to get hit. I doubt they had martial arts consultant. I doubt it too. I seriously doubt it. And here's the funny part. As bad as the sequel series was, all they did was make the prequel series look that much better. That's the funniest part to me. As much shit I was hearing people give George Lucas for making those prequels, how this wasn't good, this was garbage, all the rest of this shit, right? Listen to that shit that whole time. For all those years, the sequel series come out, the motherfuckers praising the prequels now. Which is hilarious. They sucking the prequel dick now, like, oh my God, this was so good compared to this shit. Yeah, exactly. Because it could always be worse, motherfucker. Y'all was just complaining about shit just to complain about it, because that was, to me, watching the Phantom Menace and how that came around and how people were shitting on George for doing this stuff. That was the beginning of this extra critical culture where they just criticize shit just to be criticizing it. And I know what the fuck they was talking about anyway. That was the start of it. Because the shit he got for that was stupid, because I'm thinking of it like this. He's the creator of this shit. You ain't gonna tell him what is and is not Star Wars for him. He can do whatever the fuck he wants in Star Wars because he made it. So I didn't agree with the criticism of the shit. Yeah, his love stories seem a little bit clunky. George is kind of a kid in some senses. But it is what the fuck it is. They was hating Christensen. They was hating Jake Lloyd. They was throwing so much hate around for these characters and this shit. Like, damn, I didn't think you liked none of this. But they really love the Clone Wars. Fucking cartoon kid.
What did you say about the Clone Wars for? Who the Clone Wars were made for?
Fucking kids that didn't know Star Wars.
But
Kids
for
that
what
just
generation?
millennials.
Okay, there you go.
These are the people that are your leading fucking reviewers nowadays on Star Wars. That's who they are. 10 years got them into the age range to be telling you what Star Wars is based on the fucking prequels. Well, the prequels is one part of the story. And like I'm telling you, to me, the series for Star Wars is incomplete because we don't have a decent set of 3 movies from George about Luke being a Grandmaster or reestablishing the Order. I don't accept those 7, 8, 9. I saw 7, 8, and 9, but I don't accept them as being part of the same fucking story.
Exactly.
That could have been an offshoot. You realize you can pull that motherfucker more than 30 years out and it don't mean shit and it's still garbage? If you take that movie, if you take those 3 movies, 7, 8, and 9, put them 100 years after Return of the Jedi and just watch it. Does it change anything?
Nope.
No, because that's where it should have been. Yeah, you don't get Han in it, but then you don't have Han dying from his son killing him, do you?
Exactly.
You don't have Luke in it, yeah, but then you don't have Luke dying because he couldn't force project himself that damn far and just expended all his energy like he ran down a battery. You don't have Leia dying. And you don't have the LGBT and the rebellion that all the rebels are now females and all the Empire is just dudes. Or excuse me, the First Order is just men.
Exactly. You caught that too.
Oh yeah.
You caught that too.
I don't miss too much.
I'm in the movie theater and I'm looking like, what the hell is this bullshit?
Mm-hmm. Subtle, but I didn't miss it.
I'm like,
holy shit. Well, Sportaholic, shout out to Sportaholic. Thank you for supporting the stream. He said, a girl was bored at work and asked if she should watch the Acolyte to kill time. I asked her if she's thirsty. Would she drink poison to quench? God damn it, Sportaholic. No. You were supposed to tell her, yes, go ahead and watch it, and I want to know what you think, because I know there's a bunch of people online that would be dying to hear this shit. Yes. Tell her, give you a book report. give you a quick synopsis of what the hell was going on, what she thought. Because me personally, I want females to watch this and hear their reviews. That's what I want to hear. So far, I've heard 40-year-old female geeks who are into Star Wars, right? I didn't see that Star Wars girl because she's having a baby right now, or she pregos right now, so she ain't did a review on it. So I'm missing that frame because she in that 30 group. I asked my coworker to watch it who was in that Z group because she's 24. So I've asked somebody all the way down the spectrum, every block. I'm waiting for these reviews from these women to come in. Okay, I've heard some online, only 2. They thought it was fucking ridiculous, but it's in 2 different groups. This is me doing my science shit, right? Told you, psychology, right? I've already asked 2 different groups. I've seen from 2 different groups. Now I'm getting some actual people I have contact with in these different groups to see what they thought of this shit. Informal study. Just to ask. I just want to know. I just want to know. I'm just curious. So you missed the opportunity, Sportaholic. You could have brought some information back, man. Like you slipped the line of the barbed wire and came back to the camp like, I got the intel. I needed that. But I appreciate you supporting the stream, so I will give you the power of many.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
Aquateki said vindictive shrews. Yes, absolutely. And Donnie Mack says sounds like phallic envy to me. Yes. You know, in psychology, they try to tear down Freud all the time for that shit.
Mm.
That's the only reason they really try to tear him down, because he pointed out a fact that women have envy of that shit, which they can say no all day, but what do you see all the time? I'm better than a man. I don't need no man. I'm better than him. I'm a man in my own right. I just watched this damn video on Instagram the other day, and it was a woman saying that she didn't need no man. Under the hood of her car, she's pouring fucking wiper fluid into the damn oil reservoir. I'm like, what the fuck? I put a comment under that video. I said, I can't wait to see her ass. And I'm waiting for the video to see this motherfucker taking a car to the shop. Well, throwing it out there to the universe, it came back to me today on Instagram that there was a follow-up to that video. And it was the car in the shop. And what was the Mexican dude doing when he pulled the cap out the oil pan? Like, what the hell? What the fuck? What the hell is that? That shit running blue like Kool-Aid. Then it start running black. He said, and here's the oil. And he's talking to his boss. It's like, no, I got a witness here. And yes, I'm recording. She said her wiper fluid wasn't working. No shit. You poured it into the wrong spot, you dumb bitch. But you don't need no man, huh? But you need a man to fix your car now because it won't run with fucking wiper fluid in the oil pan.
Mm.
Fucking dumb.
Oh wait, the power of many didn't help her ass out. Like,
No, the power of one broke down the car. It took the power of two to record that video of that shit, and it's taking the power of many of us to laugh at how dumb her antics are. There you go. Power of many giggles about how stupid your ass look. I don't need no man. I'll play that shit for. No, I can't pull it up on Instagram on this one. But yeah, it's dumb as fuck. She was making the point that she didn't need no man. Little bony arms with the tattoos on them and everything. It's like, look, that was not your role in life for a reason.
They are the gift that keeps on giving.
The gift
I
that
didn't even
keeps
finish
on.
that video. I didn't finish that clip, Artisan, because I knew where that shit was going. I said, I know where this is going. Straight to the fucking shop.
Look, that's the same thing I was thinking. Like, this motherfucker going straight. He ain't going nowhere with this bitch. You about to go straight to the shop. I can't wait to see that video. And the person that put up the video with the who put up the video with the follow-up video of the car going to the shop mentioned me in their comments because I responded to it. What the fuck did he say? I didn't see what he said. He mentioned me in his comment because I said something on that shit because I was laughing. I thought that shit was hilarious. Just what the fuck you get. Stupidity. Fucking stupidity. And it's a modern car, too. It's not like she driving some old 1980s Buick or some shit like that. Dude, most of this shit is labeled for stupid people with pictures. Like a McDonald's menu. Like, come on, man.
It comes with a manual book.
They don't read.
With pictures. You ain't even got to read it, Artisan.
Exactly. It's for idiots.
These people are not symbol literate.
Oh my God. It is
Lazy.
basically, very lazy and very disappointing.
And no one can tell you anything.
I'm not gonna say anything on that one. I saw one of my old customers on Instagram. She is such a pretty girl. She's not smiling. I was gonna say, why ain't you smiling? But you know, they trigger them nowadays. Like you got all them teeth in your mouth, and you don't even want to smile a little bit. Well, whatever. Fuck it. It's your business. Be miserable. What am I supposed to do? Save you?
She don't want to be saved.
Nope. Holy shit. Here's the video. Guys probably can't even see this shit. I can't. Let's see if I can pull it up on here. This will be more fun to show you than tell you. And apologies, AB. I kept going. I didn't think I was taking anything away from anything. Wasn't trying to do it that long, but I did. So it is what it is. Let's see if I can find this on this. Oh, if y'all want to see the video from where I got these chicks scissoring and shit from, go on Instagram, search on Instagram, and search this name on Instagram, and it will pull it up. It is Russian. Now, I had another video with a big booty Russian chick on my other intro channel for a while, and she was in combat boots and she was shaking her booty and shit like that. I don't know what the fuck they got going on in Russia, but I might need to go over there and wrestle a bear. Because goddamn, these chicks is
soldier syndrome.
These motherfuckers bout it over there, dude. They learning how to fuck.
Hey, look, hey, they trying to compete, man. They want to compete with the American.
Man, no shit. No shit. These chicks is trying to get in to compete. They is not bullshit. Like, no, girl, you got to do it like this. You got to pop that shit. I'm like, holy fuck. Where is this class at? I sent that shit to my ex. She was like, why is it all white girls in there? I'm like, why didn't they find a black stripper to teach it? I'm like, what the fuck? Well, I found out they in Russia. That's why. That's why, nigga. Okay, let's see where this shit is. See, it's recent though, isn't it? It was a recent post. Motherfuckers that post shit every day make it hard to find that one thing that was funny. That one thing that was really super funny, you can't find it because it doesn't organize it. It doesn't organize it right. Erotoverse fitness. Yeah, that shit is pornographic. Where's the picture, man? Where's the video?
Well, most of these workout fitness trends are now. I mean, I didn't know twerking could be a workout.
Apparently it can. Okay, here's this shit. Let's see if I can bring it up. BCURB. That's one. BCURB. Was it a joke? Was it a joke? Oh, this is the chick. Maybe this was a fake one then. Because she's trying to get some attention. I'm sorry. I'm just saying this for the women out there. I'm not really into dumbass tattoos on chicks. My crazy ex told me something that I thought was actually pretty fucking smart. And she asked me, had you ever seen a bumper sticker on a Ferrari? And I told her, hell no. And that was her reasoning why she didn't have tattoos. I told y'all, she was the closest thing to a 10 I've ever had. It's probably a solid 9. I agree. Because a tattoo on her body wouldn't have improved it at all. It would have just dropped it down. So all these chicks with sleeves and chest tats and all the rest of this shit, I'll still be out here in these streets sometimes. And every time I get a picture of some shit with a big ass crest on her boobie, I'm like, nope, not for me. Not interested.
Oh man, I seen this chick, man. She was gorgeous. She keep adding fucking tattoos. I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
Getting ugly as fuck. You know, you dropping your value, man.
She put two like snake tattoos on a stomach. I was like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Fuck?
Yes, no. See,
like,
okay, so this is video for this no need no man shit. Now, watch and learn, boys and girls, and see how stupid can actually be.
Where do I put it? On the ground. Who needs a man?
Not me, baby. Not me.
Let's see.
Is that Gwen Stefani playing?
Oil. Now oil's coming, you see?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I'm recording it. And I do have a witness in here. Somebody put windshield washer or something?
So the car was getting fucked up?
No, I don't know. She just brought it. Oh, Jose.
Yo,
She said her washer fluid is not working. She wanted that fluid.
okay.
Yeah.
Damn shame.
There you go. You saw it yourself. You saw it yourself.
Man, it
Hand
has
clap for the
literally-
goofy bitches.
Shout out to the goofy bitches for giving me something to laugh about.
Ah.
I
Shout
do
out for
love
the
a good
goofy
laugh.
bitches and the
I do
acolytes,
love
and shout out for the goofy bitches in real life fucking up their car.
Yeah, no shit. Keeping many a shop in business. Thank you.
And keeping many men away from infecting and injecting sperm in your vagina.
No shit. Stay away from it.
Ah. Men
That
in the chat, young men and men around, stay away from goofy bitches like that.
Man, look. Somebody telling me that a woman is on feminism nowadays, I look at how old she is. I look at how old she is to understand how virulent this infection is going to be and what you're going to be putting up with. I was going through my phone and removing old pictures and shit like that, right? Just trying to gain some memory back. And I came across a picture of the old friend that was, we was kind of messing with each other. We was friendly, but we was kind of messing with each other to see where that shit would go. And I remember thinking how sad that shit was because she started going to school after I was encouraging her to go to school, get her education and shit, right? She did it. She was a little younger than me. But she went to school and started getting really into feminism. And more of that shit kept coming out of her mouth. And it didn't work. It didn't work. She sounded like a dumbass to me. And a dumbass in the sense that you're talking about a lot of stuff that you have never experienced. It's not true for your life. And it's kind of counter to how you want to actually live your life. So I just looked at her like, okay, she about, 4 to 5 months away from eating pussy. That's just what it's going to be. Because that's going to be the natural course, right? If all men are bad and all women are good, what do they want you to be? They want you there muff diving. That's all it is. It is a path to eating coochie. Like, so that's just what you're going to be doing. And I don't think you invite me along to watch. So, okay, well, that's just going to be what it is. One of those things. Just have to let that shit go. I'm not in control of all of this shit. I live here in the world. I don't run it. So some of this shit you just have to let it fly. Like, okay, do what the hell you do. I'll catch you on the flip side. Ray should have had a double-edged lightsaber like Maul. No, Ray should have had her regular staff that she had, but that emitter should have been in the top of it. So at the end of the movie where she has her little yellow blade, that should have been the top of her staff. She should have been like, I showed him on here before, and it's Darth, not Neil. It's I'm gonna forget his fucking name while I'm thinking of it. And I don't think I have his picture on this computer. I think it's Darth Nil. He basically he's from the Cad Bane era. I think he's from the One Sith. His lightsaber was a long staff like this with a ring at the end of it. And the emitter came out the top. It was like coral or some shit. And he would use that shit like a spear. Like if you ever played, Kilk on Soul Calibur or shit like that, that's how it would use it, but it had a lightsaber at the end of it. That's what Rey shit should have looked like, because Rey grew up using that staff to fight. That is her natural weapon. That was what she was most comfortable with. It made the most sense to put a lightsaber at the front of it and let her use that. It would give her more range, so she could still use that stick like she'd been using it. But all of a sudden, oh, you think you got me trapped? Boom! Got you, motherfucker. She'd be dead. She'd be a beast. This is my thing. I don't hate Daisy Ridley. Daisy Ridley is cool with me, right? Don't hate her. The character of Rey was just flawed because it's all Kathleen Kennedy shit put onto that character. You could fix the character, which I was in favor of when John wanted to fix that shit. I was in favor of that. Yeah, fix the character because it could work if you fix it a little bit. You take some of this goofy shit out, it'll work. The car will run, right? You take the windshield wiper fluid out of the oil pan, you can run this bitch, right? Leave it in there, it's not going anywhere, right? So you can fix this a little bit. I'd be down for that. But
a lot of us would be.
Yeah, but the way it is now, no, I don't want to see that character go forward to teach anything. What the fuck? You got the cliff notes of some old Jedi books and you about to stop it. Just fucking stop it. You got 1 week of training. You ain't teaching nobody shit. Okay. You barely know yourself. Okay. You barely know yourself.
So you president of your 8th grade class, and now you running
no shit.
Senator? Okay, yeah, okay.
Let's see. Was it Nil? Nihilus. No,
So
it wasn't.
You have a lemonade stand, and now you want to be a owner of a Fortune 500 company? Yeah.
How the fuck am I forgetting this dude's name now? Dude, old age sucks.
Yeah.
Old age sucks. That's not him. I know this fucker's name. So I was telling my homeboy about getting older. What is it about getting older? It's the recall. You still know all the shit you know. It's just the recall is the part that's fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Right? That's the part that sucks.
And sometimes the right recall, not the wrong recall.
Exactly. Like I just was tripping over Ron Wills, thinking of Ron O'Neal. So I was like, the fuck?
How's Superfly get in my head, huh?
Yeah, why is Superfly here? Dude, I know this dude's name because he's a cool ass character. I know his fucking name. It's just not coming to me. I showed it on here before.
And then you scream out late at night. Why am I screaming this name out at night? What the hell is wrong?
Here he is right here in this goddamn picture. Fuck. This is what make me good at shit, and this is what make me bad at shit. Because I can't remember it, I'm going to keep looking for the shit.
Yep.
I'll be fixated on this until I find that goddamn
You know
answer.
what that is? That's the shit
OCD. That's what they call OCD.
Yeah.
That's what they call OCD right now, because I will search
high and low for it. You're like, hold up, wait a minute. I'm going to find this shit.
Mm-hmm. I know the answer to this question. I will find the answer to this question.
We just got to look it up on Google. No, I'm going to search through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because searching it on Google doesn't make your brain work. What makes your brain work is having to send those electrical impulses down those pathways and shit to find that information.
I got to do some work. Really?
Yeah, like, oh, this nigga, he want us to work now. It's not Darth Crit. It's not Darth Talon. It's the other one. Where's his name? Where the fuck is his name? Fucking hell, dude. This is going to make me nutty. It's not Darth Strife. He right here in this fucking picture too. And yeah, it's not Strife. Damn it, he got a cool name too. Fuck, dude. This is so stupid. Let's see if it's under him. Look, this is how we had to look for information back in the old days, kid. When the day was a school day.
You know what we missing, man? We missing Dead Set, man. I would have loved to have him on here. He would cracking me up, man.
Yeah, Dead Set had a new video come out for his Darling in the Franks. I have to finish watching that one.
Okay.
That's why I was one reason I was hesitant to do this show this early without warning was because I had not watched his video yet, and I wanted to watch it before I did the show, and he came up and I wanted to talk to him. So, shout out to Dead Set Anime for his review of Darling in the Franks. I appreciate that. New content, unregurgitated content that I can actually get into on anime. Imagine that. Since it's so hot right now, nobody reviewing the shit. Darth Nil. It is Darth Nil. See, I know what the fuck I was talking about. The
You ain't going crazy.
problem is they have two characters with the same goddamn name, right? They got two characters with similar names, and they both fucking Darths. This one is Nil, but it's spelled Nihl. Okay, that's Darth Nil.
So they
Come
made it
on,
like a Cento spear.
motherfucker. God damn. Okay. See saber. See what his lightsaber look like?
A Cento
It's a
spear.
whole handle, right? So Ray should have had something like that. Her regular staff that she had been running around with for a whole movie, right? Most of the series that she fight with should have just had a lightsaber come out the end of it. Because when you get down to the Rise of Skywalker, you don't have to watch that shit again to know. Like one of the few Star Wars movies I've watched one time and never went back to watch again. But her lightsaber is made out of her staff. It's made out of her staff. So
my thing is,
cut up her staff to make that lightsaber. She could have just added it into her staff. Yeah, she could have just added that shit in there. That'd have been a lot better. Look, if she could have worked a 3-section staff with a lightsaber at the end, that would have been awesome. Lightsaber whip shit in the next one, which is not that big of a deal because Lumia, Dark Lady of the Sith, Lumia, she had a light whip. That shit was a problem for Luke and Mara. So I'd be down to see that. I would be down to that. Darth Nil. So I did remember, sort of. Not correctly, but I did remember. Yeah, Darth Nil. So that's what she can get away with. So she don't need a double-ended. She just need a one-end. She ain't got no other girls to fuck around with, so she don't need a double-ended.
Yeah.
These acolyte twins, they're probably gonna need a double-ended one. Just saying. Given the company they was keeping. Other end, let me catch up on these comments real quick. The other end of the woman girl think, if it brings me no joy or pleasure, or I don't understand why others like it, it need not exist. First ridicule it, then take it over, and finally destroy it. That is the phrase that pays. Rainfire, you named it right there. Ridicule it, take it over, and then finally destroy it. When you like Star Wars initially, they ridiculed you. Oh, you like that shit? That's kid shit. Yeah. Take it over. They in charge of it now. What are they doing now? That is the battle plan. You named the battle plan, Rainfire. Props to you. So anybody repeat that shit, give Rainfire his credit. Because that's it. That's exactly what's happening right now. You were in the final stages, dude. They are destroying this shit.
Those are the rules of girl think.
Beastly Nerd falling asleep. You snoring? Snoring on my shit?
Yeah, that's him.
Yep.
He turned into Charles.
Yeah,
What's
Charles
his name?
Faulkner.
Faulkner from back in the day. You know them big dudes.
I
be
would yell,
snoring
but I ain't trying to fuck all of y'all ears up. Like, Bangsley, the fuck up.
Don't want to wake the bear.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop him down since he's snoring. I don't need that on my playback. They even brought Ray Park back in and the Electra stunt double to do mocap for the Mall versus Ahsoka. Yeah, I remember that because they can't copy Ray Park's moves.
Yep, that is true.
That's called natural skill. That is his skill, and he's trained to do that shit. They couldn't copy that shit, so they had to if they want that fight scene to look like anything. Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor still remember their training from those prequels. Yes, because they trained with that sword master.
Yep.
They did. They trained with that sword master. For real. So George don't know what the fuck he doing, right? You ain't heard them talking about training with that sword master since then, have they? No. And how they fight scenes look. Sad. Disappointing. Jay Wills said, he's talking to Aquateki. Ahsoka Hayden was holding back, but he still got that shit down by memory. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. In episode 5 of Ahsoka, Hayden Christensen, he was slowing down. So Rosario Dawson didn't look so silly.
Uh-huh.
Because she was slow and flat-footed and on her heels most of the time when she was fighting. That was some embarrassing shit. If you watch her in the fight with Ray Stevens double, you can watch her footwork. She is on her heels the whole time. She look like she's wearing clown feet. Because she's slow. That's not her natural thing to do. She's a beautiful woman. She's probably really graceful in the bed. Not swinging no sword and dancing like that. No. She looked wooden as fuck. And I don't blame her for that shit. I blame, the cowboy. Bantha Rider. Woo! Bantha Wiccan Rider. I'm sorry. I saw the picture of her on somebody else's stream. They brought up the picture of her. I was like, oh, good God, dude. The fuck? Why'd you marry that? But you in California, huh? You got one of them big Brimelos. Good luck. She can be a Wiccan and everything else. She fucking you, Dave. I know she is. You getting pegged, homie. I just found out you getting pegged. I thought it was a pussy under your hat. Nope. That's that notch be holding your That's the handhold you covering up. Oh my God. Yeah, that is a whole dude with moobs. Oh my goodness. And I can say that because that picture is out there. And she fucking my love. Fuck Dave. No, I ain't poor him. He picked that shit. You pick that donkey, you get to ride it. They turned Leia into Space Mary Poppins Unforgivable. Yeah, I said that shit too. I said, what that Mary Poppins shit?
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Yeah, exactly. Her and Yondu doing the same shit. Terrible artisan. Look, man, I am what I am. Call it what you want to. Peace. What up, to Triv? Dottie Max said, now that you mention it, my girlfriend said her favorite artist, Victoria Monet, did a song for the new Star Wars show. I may recommend her to watch it now. Yeah. What song did she do? Tell me she didn't do that Power of Many shit. Tell me she didn't do that. Oh, boy, I'm going to have a field day with that shit. Tell me she didn't do that shit. I'm going to be looking at you crazy, Donnie. Talk to your girl, man. Talk to your girl. Oils. Damn, it's almost 10 o'clock. This Negro right here.
Damn, it's 1:10, man. I got to get some rest because I got to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, y'all 3 hours ahead. I'm going to shut this down. I was supposed to be doing a short stream. I did fucking 4 hours. It's Malika's fault. Y'all blame Malika because he be liking to talk. You know me. I just come in and get out as quick as I can. But that be Malika making me stay longer. That was hilarious. Oil isn't supposed to be blue. Nope, it's not supposed to be blue. Look at Dad Set in here. Go, Dad Set. She would be lucky if the engine didn't need to be rebuilt after that. No shit. She would be. Might as well pour some sugar in there while she was at it, right? Like, since you're making Kool-Aid, why don't you put some sugar in? Dumbass. Oh my goodness. What up, D? Shout out to D.
All right,
D,
Hov.
would you? All right,
I will
Malika.
talk to you later.
Appreciate it.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm at exactly 4 hours, so I'm gonna shut this shit down in a hot second as soon as I get through the rest of these comments that I didn't read. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Oh, for Donnie Mac. Appreciate you. I will give you the power of many. Appreciate you, Donnie Mac, for supporting the stream.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
Appreciate you, Donnie Mac. Shout out to D. So D, the question is, would you watch this Acolyte with your kids? Because you got young children. This is targeted towards them. I would be interested to know what you thought of that shit. You know how to hit me. You can hit me and let me know what you would think of this. Letting your kids watch this shit. What up, Dead Set? We summoned you. We said something about you. You showed up in here. She'd be lucky if they. Yeah, I read that one. What up, JT? Little Red Devil in here. What's good with you? JT, I need you to. We're gonna have to do a. I don't know. We got to find Chris because I got to know what Chris think of this shit. I know Chris' sensibilities. I got to know what the hell he think of this show. I really do. I'm really curious to see what Chris think of this. See if I can get his ass out to come on the show so we can talk. Because I need to know. I need to really know. And Myra, I need to know what Myra thinks about this. Oh, that should be fun. That should be fun as fuck for me. This goes to show, Sour I show, there's no such thing as an idiot-proof loop. No, there isn't. There isn't. What else we got? Russia was the first to start doing twerk aerobics classes when white women discovered it, so this is just on par for the course. Yeah, Russia would be doing some. Look, I'm telling you, I got a whole video of another Russian chick, big old booty, ridiculous booty, dancing and twerking and doing this. Like, what is this shit? This was their regular television shit. And combat boots and stuff and leotards. I'm like, dude, we are so repressed here in the Western world. We is really repressed, dude, because you can see shit like that on TV. Dude, you ain't even got to be paid premium prices for it. Okay, whatever the fuck. Fit women is sexy as fuck to me. Aquateki found it. Smart woman. Yeah, teaching twerking. I have that shit lined up all over the place. Thumbnail gave me physics. It's the other one, the one with the red background and the chick on the front. Multiple tats on a pretty woman is like graffiti to me. Yeah, it is like graffiti to me. It looked like a fucking BART train because I'm in California. I don't have a subway here. It's called a BART. Well, it looked like a BART train spray painted. Stupid as fuck. Bunch of shit going on. I can't tell what's what. Pointless tattoos. I'm not with that. I'm still in a generation where I still like women. They can have tattoos, but small ones, girly ones behind your ear, maybe on your wrist, somewhere where it can't be seen all the time. All this big masculine shit on the neck. No, nigga. I don't know. I don't like men like that. It's, to me, personally, it's something about a woman's skin that is beautiful. It's supple. It's artistic. It's inviting. It is totally ruined if it looks like the back wall of a liquor store. Totally ruined. It's like, ugh. I'm serious. It's just me. It's just me. I don't know if this is everybody. It's just me. That shit is unattractive as fuck. But whatever. Somebody else will love that shit. I can't. Dad said I would have really been interested if she would have put oil in the wiper fluid reservoir. That would have been interesting too, Dad said. Might as well. You're fucking it up. Just do it 100%. Stop half-assing it. Fuck the engine all the way up. Stop half-ass fucking it up. You don't even have to look at how old she is. Bald tires on the car is a feminine calling card. Yes, it is. Just like a smoke detector going off consistently. Shout out to KS. I'm like, you ain't got no man in the house. No, you don't. Because no man is putting up with that kind of noise that long. Darth Neil and the lightsaber spikes. Senior Thrall had one too. I don't know Senior Thrall. Tyrell. No, I don't know her. I can look her up though. Hate the character, not the actor. Yeah, Daisy Ridley is cool, but Ray Palpatine needs to be fixed. Ray Palpatine should have been repaired. Dunning-Kruger all over the place. Saber Pike, yes, too true. That would have been a better weapon for Ray. Malcolm D said, "What's up, artisanmc?" I'm like, "What's up, Malcolm? I know I'm getting to you guys late, but I had to roll this back so I can see all that shit." Recall sucks in old age because there is so much to remember, like a full hard drive that's fragmented. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And the recall just takes longer. It's still in there. It just takes longer. It just may take a little longer, especially if it's not information that you've pulled up recently. No kind of recent place. It has to, the way your brain moves, it has to move some of that shit back so you can take in more stuff in the front. If it doesn't, you would never be able to retain anything new. Unsatisfied with it, I had to compromise too much. Oh, about the video? Okay, we can talk about it. We can talk about it tomorrow because it's Father's Day. I got some plans. That's why I'm doing this stream early. I wasn't trying to cut into AB's Coliseum time. I was trying to get done right before that, but the conversation involved, and I kept riding it. So apologies to AB Media. But yeah, we'll get at it, dead set, because I'll watch it tonight because I got to watch The Boys tonight too. I got to take my ass to bed. Like Jedi Sentinels. I don't remember what that comment was to. Damn, I'm still catching up. We built a short sword to deal with Lumia's saber whips. Yes, his Shoto blade, to Triff. Remember that Jedis are based on samurai, not ninjas. Samurais have two blades. Long blade, they katana, and a short blade, a shoto. Right? That's what he has. And he breaks that out to fight Lumia. That's when he breaks it out. Because then he switches to a different form where the form he's using uses a short and a long sword to combat, because her whip is not just lightsaber. One, it's like a cat of nine tails with three whips on it. It has three lines on it. One of them is that light shit. One of them is like shards of metal or some shit, and one of them is some other crystal shit. So she gonna fuck you up. She gonna fuck you up with that damn whip. So I'm waiting to see if this what they try to pull out on the show. I don't think it's that much of a surprise because it existed before. It'd be cool to see it on screen if it's done well, but we'll see. What's up, fam? Laughing my ass out. No, you're not watching it with your kids? D already answered. My kids don't like modern Star Wars because your kids are smart. They're actual geeks. They will go in a comic shop and get comics. God forbid their parents let them actually buy comics and read that shit. Hey, I'm good. Smart kids. Smart kids. What up, Charles? The Black Man of Steel. Happy Father's Day. Yes, happy Father's Day again to everybody that's fathers in the building. Shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr., D in here, Dead Set Anime in here, Rainfire, Aquateki. Think Two Triv got a couple kids. I saw Andre in here a minute ago. So shout out to the Maple Leaf too. Yeah, happy Father's Day. I did the stream early, but that's what it was. It was supposed to be my Father's Day stream. That's why it says the power of many. But I did it early because I actually have some plans now tomorrow, and I didn't want to conflict those plans. Fuck up and not give a stream to you guys, or put my plans off so they're really late in the fucking day. So I tried to do the lesser of two evils. I wasn't trying to fuck anybody over. I was trying to do the most good in a situation as possible. You said all of them manga. Yeah, they all read manga now. Yeah, well, they coming for manga too. Y'all next. As soon as they get finished destroying the rest of this sci-fi universe shit, they coming for manga. Dead Set was talking about it last week, how these American companies are trying to get with these manga companies, get them to tone down some of this shit. Coming for that manga, nigga. There's supposed to be no safe haven for a male's attention span. You gotta be bitches. Aquateki said, no lies told between women and tattoos. Look, there is a fitness woman on Instagram, Sienna. I can't say her last name. Right? She's really muscular, really fit. She looks pretty, right? Kind of over buff, but she's still soft feminine wise, right? She got this big ass tattoo on her side. That keep making her look ugly now. Every time I keep seeing another tattoo on her, it just makes her look uglier. It does. And I don't know if I'm just writing it up to just me. It's not like I have a distaste for tattoos. But I do not like no really big ass tattoos on a woman. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's way too masculine. Unless your ass been in the Navy or the Marine Corps, you shouldn't have no big ass tattoos on your ass. It doesn't make any sense. No, it's like trying to be too much a man. It's what I refer to with the reference for me in my mind as a man. And I'm not trying to date a dude. I'm a proud lesbian. We'll march with the flag and everything. Shout out to Ron Mudrow. It's just not it for me. Little tattoos, little small one, little cute shit. Yeah, that's fine. I'll kiss it. This big ass shit, I don't even want to touch you. I don't want to touch you. No. Unceremoniously. Right back at your artist and the rest of the fathers here too. Yeah, I appreciate that. I gotta call my son tomorrow too. Tell him Happy Father's Day. Being a big man. Fathers and godfathers and father figures. Yep. Look, if father fall in your name, you could be stepdaddy. It don't fucking matter. I have respect for men stepping up to be fathers. It doesn't mean that all of you who are not fathers, I do not have any respect for you. No. You fathering somebody. I could say this, and y'all believe it. I think Chris Rock said it too. And raised many a woman. You've been a father figure to somebody. If you're a man about your shit, you have been a father figure to somebody. Mentor, big brother, what have you. I know a lot of females. I'm a big brother in some ways to a lot of them. I've done some teaching to a lot of them. Shit that they would have learned if they had a father in their home. I've been a father figure and a big brother to other men. So you'll do it in some form or fashion because that's innately in you to try to help somebody younger, smaller, weaker than you. It's innately in men to do that shit. You'll try to give them some knowledge. You'll try to give them some game. Keep them from falling into any pits that you might have or the one that's in front of them that they don't see. You'll do that. And it won't be on you need to give me respect and you owe your rest of your life to me. No, it ain't about that. You're just trying to help somebody else out. That's fathering for the most part. So happy Father's Day to all of you men and anybody on the replay listening to this. If you have not watched The Acolyte episode 3, I would suggest you watch it. Why do I say that? I suggest you watch it and don't take it seriously. Have a drink, have a laugh. Every time you see something objectionable, take a shot. Take a shot. And possibly in 30 minutes or less, you'll be as fucked up as this show is. But at least you'll be able to laugh about it. Like I'm able to laugh about it right now, thinking about it, because it's so fucking stupid. Now, for me, it don't change nothing about Star Wars except understanding and seeing how two goofy chicks and one dumbass dude could sit there and try to crowbar a bunch of bullshit into this universe. It's the her era, the HR era, the High Republic era. That shit don't matter. Nobody's reading it. I'm not reading it. And these characters are so important they don't live outside of this bubble of the HR, the her era. So I'm going to continue to watch it just to have a laugh and see how this story progresses. To see what else objectionable shit I can find in it. But make no mistake about it. What I saw in this episode, it wasn't about the lore tweaking. It wasn't about the canon breaking. It's not about them having another view of the Force. It's not about fire burning brick or Jedi showing up to steal children. It wasn't about none of that. The most objectionable shit I saw in this show was two grown-ass lesbian women, because they said it themselves. I didn't say it. Trying to indoctrinate two children to their way of life and pseudo marrying two sisters together that are the only children there, which means the two sisters are supposed to be doing some incest shit to be part of this lesbian coven. That is the most objectionable shit to me. It is. That's what I saw. So not only is it incest, the other one is pedophiles, because it's only adult women here besides these two children. And they a coven, right? They share everything. Interesting. That was the most objectionable part of this shit to me. All the rest of this stuff, you can wipe this whole thing away with a couple of lines of dialogue, a couple of good lines of dialogue. You can wipe this whole shit away. Is there anybody at Lucasfilm that can do it? Not right now. John could probably write it, but apparently they got John locked in a basement somewhere. Because I ain't heard shit from Jon Favreau since season 3. And don't tell me about no movie. Oh shit, Donnie Mac, The Power of Two by Victoria Monet. Bunch of free promotion for her, but I'm gonna listen to that song just so I can see what could be objectionable about it. But other than that, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I hope all you men have a good day tomorrow. Get some sun, take a deep breath outside of some fresh air. Enjoy the fact that you are alive and well and here. And all your problems don't need to exist tomorrow, because they may have hijacked the whole month for some other shit. But you are still here. There is still a day where real ones will recognize you and appreciate you for being who you were, what you were born as, and will look on that in a positive manner. I'm one of them. So, with that, I'm going to leave you with a little bit of Star Wars, but something good from Star Wars to let you know how far we have actually fallen right now with this Acolyte show. Fair use, fair use, fair use. And then we're going to get out of here.
My name is Kilo Loy. I'm the day shift manager on level 5. I'm speaking to you from the command center on level 8.
Throttling. Boy, they just throttled my they just throttled my ass. Unbelievable. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. Peace.
It'll be too late. We will never have a better chance than this. And I would rather die trying to take them down than giving them what they want. We know they fried our hunches. As we go along, we know that no one outside here led to some other prison to go and die. And that ends today. There is one way out, right? You need to run, climb, kill. You need to help each other. You see someone who's confused, someone who's lost. You get them moving and you keep them moving until we put this place behind us. There are 5,000 of us. If we can fight half as we've been working, we will be home in no time. One way out. One way out.
I appreciate you guys coming through. Sorry they were throttling me on the StreamYard and YouTube side for playing that shit. Oh well, it is what the hell it is, isn't it? So, you guys have a good Father's Day. Thanks for coming through. And this has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And I will see you guys next time. Peace.